You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome on and all to today's edition of the Eastland Match of the Round. The media van has taken the trip down Garnet Road to Mulgrave Reserve for a 1v3 clash in Division 2 this afternoon between the Mulgrave Lions and the Surrey Park Panthers. The Lions on the rebound after suffering their second loss of 2026 at the hands of Lilydale last weekend, facing a Surrey Park side still with just one loss to their name and sitting atop the Division 2 table. You can catch all the action from this game, plus the next hour free game right here on 98.1 Radio Eastern FM. And as always, streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. I'm Josh Ward, and an elite duo we've got assembled for pre-game as well. And you'll hear them throughout the day on special comments. First up, back after having a well-earned rest last weekend, and I'm sure he's looking forward to seeing some more Division 2 action. Brett Davidson, welcome, Davo.
Thanks, Josh. And I needed a break. At 107 years of age, you get a little bit weary every now and again. So I've had a week off, and I'm back refreshed, looking forward to what should be a cracking game of footy on a great day at Mulgrave. A little bit of breeze here, which is quite unusual not for Mulgrave. But yeah, looking forward to a great contest between two sides that are playing some pretty good footy.
Yeah, absolutely. And to the left of you, you're going to be joined by him on special comments as well. And it's great to have you two on special comments today. Wayne Brasher joining us for the pre-game. Brash, it's certainly an interesting game. The second time we're seeing Division 2, the first time we're seeing Mulgrave this season, and the second time we see the Panthers as well.
Always good to come down to escaping to the country, Josh. It's a lovely...
the peaches.
Yeah, it's a lovely trip. Actually, it's actually become one of my favourite road trips because it's, because you're off the main road a bit here, and it's the Mulgrave Football Club has improved.
Yeah, look, I think a lot of it's got to do with their relationship with the Glen Waverley Rovers. I think that's been a huge plus for them because it gives them that flow through of junior players. And I tell you what, there's been some talent come through that club into the side, and if you look through the senior side today, there's probably 6 or 7 of those boys are from that Glen Waverley Rovers club, and they've now become a really strong club because they've been strong in their seniors, they're strong in their reserves, and they're strong in their 19s as well. Yeah. So they're on the right track, Mulgrave.
And the thing is, Josh, with Glen Waverley Rovers, that has been the constant when Mulgrave have had their ups and downs. That relationship with the Rovers has always been there for them. And I think much of Mulgrave's success actually now comes down to the fact of that relationship with Rovers. And I think that's the point where, as Dave said, getting so many young players and players coming through there, it took a little while, but it has borne fruit. And now they're starting to see the fruits of their labour. And so far this season, Mulgrave have shown in Division 2 that they mean business this year. I'm actually seeing a lot more steel in their gameplay. I think there's a genuine. They feel that this is a really genuine chance for them this year.
Well, if not this year, then in future years, because you're right, they're 19s. They had a good win against Surrey's 19s earlier today. Their reserves, not the greatest performance, and that might come down due to the fact they've had a lot of changes in their senior lineup from last weekend to this week.
I think the other thing too, Josh, that's when you're talking about under 19s. Well, basically Surrey's under 19s have basically have been untouchable really for many years. So they can take a lot of confidence out of that win today, the under-19s of Mulgrave.
Yeah, they certainly can. And they played them in a grand final last year, but I think a lot has changed in both their under-19s lineup. So it's obviously a lot of development, a lot of growth within these two clubs who are set up to go up into Division 1 in future years. And I've got no doubt, even if Mulgrave don't win the premiership this year, then there's certainly a chance to do so in future years with that connection to the Glen Waverley Rovers juniors, like players like Connor Tilliard, I'm pretty sure came through those ranks, and he
I
obviously...
think both of the Vulanuses,
Yeah.
I think that there's a lot of them that have come through. But I think also, if you sit and think about Mulgrave, they've been recognised over the last couple of years by the way they play their football, which they've developed into this forward handballing, running through the front of the contest, spread hard side. And they've had some good targets, but I've always felt that they've been a little bit suspect down defensively, and teams have been able to score against them. Whereas now, I think they've really shored up their defensive half. They've brought in a couple of guys that have been really good defensively for them. Their forward half, they're not having to swap and throw Roberts defensively all the time, which is really important. So
I also think they frustrated me 2 to 3 years ago because of their consistency. They've started to arrest that.
They certainly have, but we're going to change tack and talk about Surrey Parkers. Their senior men's coach, James Kenworthy, is always good with his time for the EFNL media team. He joins us now in the build-up to this contest. Welcome, James.
Afternoon, gents. Thanks for having us on.
Massive contest facing a Mulgrave side looking to rebound after their second loss of the season last weekend. How's the feeling amongst the group ahead of this matchup?
Yeah, it's a really exciting week this week. Obviously, from all our players' point of view, they want to play in the big games, and none bigger than Mulgrave, how they're travelling, and as well for the Dev boys, they've been really excited for this day today.
Absolutely, and you've obviously sitting on top of the table currently, and you sit just the one loss, which we did see out of Templestowe Reserve. Do you feel like you're playing some of your best footy, or do you feel like there's still room to grow?
Oh, heaps of room to grow. We haven't really hit our straps yet at all. Obviously, with the new group, we're just learning every week, and obviously a lot of changes the last sort of month or so, and getting a lot of debutants in, and yeah, we're just learning and growing every single week, and yeah, we're not going to sort of hit our straps until finals, hopefully.
I had a look at you last week, James. I just went and went and watched, and I think we both agree that we probably wouldn't have looked at too much tape of the first half of the game. But I think one of the things that's been really interesting for me has been the fact that you've stayed in games. You stayed in the game. Not that you were ever going to lose that game, really, to be honest, even from the start. But you stayed in the game even after not playing great football. And your better players really led the way. And then your younger players really lifted when they could see that. That must be really pleasing for you to see that that's the sort of trend that you're getting within your group.
Yeah, it's awesome. Obviously, the start of this year. In previous years gone by, where we haven't played our best footy, we sort of get 2, 3, 4 goals kicked against us quite quickly, and then you're always playing catch-up. But yeah, awesome this year that we've pretty much been in every single game. Even the Tempe game that we lost, we were ahead at three-quarter time. And yeah, it's just been patches this year where we've sort of really let ourselves down. And yeah, the first half last week, all the stats pointed to us like having a pretty decent game, but we just weren't converting. And yeah, that polished sort of inside 50 was letting us down.
So if you look at it, you've Marn out, Woodfull out. So most teams, if you sit down and go, well, your number one ruckman and your number one midfielder, even though Smith is but Marn is your bull, they're both out. Teams will be going, this is great, but gee whiz, you've been able to rotate players through both positions, and they're both, and all those players have really helped. And you know, Smith he's had a couple of weeks where it's been just like the ball just misses him or whatever it may be. You must be wrapped with the fact that you've been able to go through games and play games really well when you've had good players out. Summers out last week, and a few others out, Rambaldi out as well. So it must be really pleasing.
Yeah, absolutely, Raps. To the whole club's credit, our depth is absolutely through the roof. You look at the Dev boys playing today, they're doing really well. Obviously, yeah, a lot of key outs to our sort of key senior players. Last week, we had 15 players who were 1 to 5 years senior football. So very inexperienced side last week. And yeah, to the credit of our guys, the depth is through the roof, and they come up into the senior lineup and play really good footy because they're playing exactly how we want to play in the twos, and as soon as they get their chance, they're stepping in and playing extremely good footy, like Flinny Sisios, as you mentioned last time we were on. Last week he was absolutely terrific, so to have those sort of guys, as you can see here, running around in our development side, so if there's any injuries that we run into, I know that we can sort of go to the well and bring guys up. Even 2 debutants last week, they had awesome games, like Noah Biblay's obviously playing charges, and he was awesome and sort of kicked 2 goals in that last quarter because his running capacity is unreal. So, yeah, I'm extremely proud of the whole club and the sort of the playing group that we've got.
James, last year was an initiation year in Division 2. What's it like this year compared to last year? In your opinion, have the players had to just go up a little bit more than what they did last year, understanding based on the requirements of playing in this division? Yeah,
absolutely. I think from our whole group's point of view, the understanding of the game and what our game looks like, and when we're playing at our best, what that sort of looks like. I think the general sort of footy IQ and knowledge from our whole group has really risen this year, and obviously getting guys like Dill, Blake Laidler, a lot of these sort of new senior guys like Raf Paskowski, James Monks, all the new guys that we've brought into the club have obviously played at a much higher level. So yeah, just the general sort of knowledge around what our game is based on, and that's held us in good stead. And yeah, when you look around the league, like Lilydale playing extremely good footy this year, and then some of the teams that probably were looking good last year have sort of dropped off a bit. So there's always changes with sides year to year.
With your playing list, and yes, it's you know, it actually has improved from last year, because I think it's always easy to turn around and say, oh yeah, we did well in our first year, but it's also equally as important to get off to a good start in a new season. And from what I'm seeing is the fact that the maturity that the younger guys that got in Div 2 last year has really set them up for not only the first 6 games, but I think it's driven the attitude in the pre-season as well. Because I mean, I did a Division 3 game last week, and I'm at the stage now myself where I think it's a bit of a quantum leap coming up from Div 3 to Div 2, and it's a lot more pronounced than what it was in the past. So the thing is, even to come up a division now, you still got to actually recruit better players and get better youngsters in to keep the group progressing. Would you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely. Like, you just look at this year's results and look at Scoresby. Obviously, they're not travelling too well, but if you want to do a comparison, which is hard to do, but yeah, you compare us to them. And yeah, like obviously, us losing the prelim last year, we came into the pre-season with really strong sort of views on how we want to sort of manage our group, and everyone was all on board with that, of growing and maturing and all that sort of stuff.
Yep.
And even you look at our main group, some of those 5th year senior players this year are like Nick Can, Jack Woods, so still quite young in there in terms of footy. So yeah, those boys are still going to grow and learn and mature and all that sort of stuff, and they've been absolutely terrific this year.
And if you think about, though, just following on what you just said, you look at those boys and, you know, Woods and Falahi and Can, these guys, they were playing 4th division. Well, they were playing 4th division football, and they've come up, and in that sequential period, they have developed into really solid footballers, and you don't often get that, which is really good for you. And the other question from me is, you're now into 7 weeks straight where you've actually been on the boundary. You know, I'm not saying you didn't have it when you were injured or had a rest, were managed. Were you ever managed last year?
Don't believe managed. I was always sort of niggles and everything like that. Always want to sort of pull myself if I'm not right to go.
But you've 7 weeks. Paul Hart and our mate out here, Mr. Paolini. How important have guys like that been to you while you're really starting your off-field coaching education at the moment?
Yeah, they've been awesome. Obviously, being able to learn off Paul, he's got many years' experience, and just having that support around me is absolutely huge to me, and I'm extremely grateful that they're around and supporting me. And yeah, like typically first year proper coaching is a big step in just my journey as well, because it's a lot different to being a player coach.
Yep.
Absolutely. And one final one, there's obviously been a lot of young players in the lineup, including Oscar Knight, who's playing senior footy and was 17s and 19s last year as well. I'm pretty sure played in that 19s premiership. It seems like he's settled in and started to grow as the season's gone by.
Yeah, he's awesome. He also won the youth boys grand final, so 2 in 2 weeks. He's absolutely terrific. He's a guy that gets down to training at like 4:30, and he's just constantly got a ball in his hands. and yeah, it was very unfortunate to get cut from Oakley sort of in that last sort of pre-season little bit. And yeah, he just wants to play footy essentially, and it's been great for his development to learn off people like Dill. And yeah, he's got unbelievable talent, so we'll see that today for sure.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing him in action. Looking forward to seeing Surrey Park in action once again, James. Always a pleasure to have you on the pre-game or any form of media on the Eastland for the media team. Thanks so much for joining us, and good luck for today's contest as well.
Cheers, boys. Thanks for having me.
Always a pleasure.
All the best for the call.
Thanks, James.
Always a pleasure having the Surrey Park senior men's coach, James Kenworthy. Brash and Dave have done a great job over the past couple of years.
Yeah, the funny thing is when we're just taking a quick trip down memory lane, Dave. I remember that grand final in Division 4 against Kilsyth in that second half, and a young Nick Can took the game by the scruff of the throat right in the second half and absolutely tore Kilsyth apart.
Well, it's the other thing is this, and I'll be honest, from someone that does analysis of games, to be brutally honest, we don't often look at the Nick Cans and that of the world when we're doing the analysis. We're looking at others. But I think they've gained a little bit more respect now in the way that they've been able to go about their football. And I think coaches have now got to take them into consideration when they're doing their planning as well.
Absolutely, and we're now joined by the coach of the Mulgrave Football Club in Matt Richards. Thanks so much for joining us in the pre-game, Matt.
No worries, guys. Thanks for coming out to Mulgrave.
Always a pleasure coming out here to Mulgrave Reserve. Massive game this afternoon against the top of the table Panthers. How's the feeling amongst the playing group and the coaching staff as well?
Yeah, look, you try not to get ahead of yourself from round one, but you do look at the fixture. We deliberately tried to fly under everyone's guard through the pre-season and just get our own stuff right. So we're happy for everyone to talk about Surrey and Tempe all summer. But we knew when we were going to be coming up against them. Tempe got us out here. Tight game, but they were still the Tempe that everyone knows. And we've had some good games this year. We're starting to click. So things have been going all right. And then now, we'll see how we go against Surrey.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the opening 5 weeks, you were lighting it up. Was sitting atop the table before, obviously going down to Lilydale last weekend. Obviously had your injuries, but you must be really pleased with the start of the season so far for the side.
Yeah, definitely. You plan all summer. I think my first year of coaching, I think I lost the first 2 games, and I think I had an Easter break in there, and it is flat. It is soul-searching kind of stuff. So. Round one's always nice, and then I think we lost round 2, and then we got a bit of a run on, and we had a great game out at Waverley, who we rate pretty highly, and we got over them. Well, got on top of them, but we're really happy with the way things were progressing, and then injuries are part of footy, so we've got to deal with that. This week's probably one of the harder weeks injury-wise, but you just got to deal with it, and guys will get opportunity, so it's exciting.
Yeah, Matty, congratulations on your start, mate. I think, and I know it as a coach it's hard to do, but I think we can discount last week. Let's discount last week. I think the ground was, we all know how hard it is to play out there, but you just seem to, you watching the vision, just kept running into walls the whole time because of the way you want to play your footy.
Yep.
You can't do any expansive running on that ground. And I thought your connection forward was just out a little bit.
Definitely was.
Last week. I think one of the things that I've really admired about what you've done so far this year is that your defence has really improved. I think you've brought in, you've got a couple of recruits, a good centre-half forward and a good centre-half back. And defensively, you've become really stronger. Veragianis has been very good in his ability to go back into defence to transition the ball out. I think he's one of the best kicks in the competition because of his ability to do that. And that allows Tilliard, and I know Gervasoni's not there now, but it allows those guys, and the underrated one is Parker, and I know he's out as well, which hurts. But those guys to run forward, is that something that you've really looked at developing and getting over summer?
Yeah, I'm pretty lucky with Giorgio, Connor Tilliard and Rolly Villanis. They're come from a higher program, so they get that defensive running. So they bring that anyway. Giorgio's been fantastic at helping deliver that to the group. Really good. He's pre-season, outstanding. He's first year straight into the leadership group. High energy sort of young fella, but he's just really brought a way of teaching his teammates in a nice way. Like he could easily be looked at as being arrogant, but that's gone way past the group now because of how hard he's worked to win that over. So yeah, we worked on it. I got a defensive coach this year, Peter Greenstreet, back at the club. Super. It's just unreal. So Sam Cassiano is the midfield coach, former captain, still playing twos for us. Greeny down back and Fletcher Roberts up forward. So obviously Fletcher's on the ground, but we can communicate that part of it. But the off-field stuff that those guys can do has just been fantastic.
And one of the things I've always admired about the way you play footy, I love the way you play footy. You handball forward, you run, you spread, and you go well. The guy that I think has gone under the radar for 2 years, and I still think he goes under the radar, is Austin Dean.
Who's not playing this week.
I know. How amazing is his ability to just be there when you need him to be there to kick goals?
Yeah.
I think I looked at it, he averages 2 goals a game over 38 games.
Yeah.
And no one talks about him.
Yeah, it's funny. He's a real talent too. Like he's left foot, right foot. From the arc, he's got good vertical leap. He's got that ruthless attack when he needs to. Yeah, he's good. And I've had him since the 19. So there's a few of those boys. I'm really proud of the way they've taken their footy. And I know you said his name before, Jevasoni. Angus. Same thing. I've had him for a long time, and he's just been so good. He's here today, and he's in high spirits and. That was flattening last week, especially with his older brother. Jackson's done 2 with us. So, the Jeffersoni's a huge part of our footy club. So, came to training this week, Gussie, as well. Like, he's just a ripper. So, we've got to cover that, right? So, we've got some speed still in the team. So, that's been our goal all year. So, that doesn't change. A couple of young fellas, Oscar Bartlett, who's played all year. Noah Smith comes back in, played a lot last year. With the absence of Parker, these guys and Jeffersoni, these guys got to step up this week, and I think they came for us. It'll be exciting. It gives them a chance. Otherwise, they can't get into the midfield.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
Matt, one of the things I've noticed from last year, just using our Premier data stats right, there's one glaring thing that stands out for me. Last year, Mulgrave were averaging around 297 to 300 disposal a game, leading the comp with 350 so far this year. That suggests to me that this playing group are a lot more fitter, but are thinking a lot more about using the ball much better than they have had in the past.
Yep. We definitely had a massive pre-season, bigger than... it has stepped up every year. And a bit Fletcher Roberts pushed that last year. He doesn't like the running, but he said we need to run more. And I just carried it on this year in a big way. I think maybe the possession count, we've had a couple of blowout wins.
You've had 409 and 407 in a couple of games.
Yeah. But we do value the possession, so I'm not big on just the dump kick, to the next contest. So, that's why sometimes we can get criticised for over handballing it. For me, it's about keeping the ball in your hand rather than just kicking it and getting it out of your area.
Well, it's better to have a high uncontested disposal account where you're controlling the destiny of the ball rather than it being contested all the time.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and back ourselves in with the handball to not handball to someone under pressure. It's about handballing to someone to find that outlay, and then we've got. Guys who can then move the footy. We're not all got the wheels to move it, but we have some guys with exceptional speed who are high talent. So let's get it in their hands. Talking
about speed, Matt, do you think the game in general in Division 2, it seems to, in terms of speed and continuity, seems to go up a notch every year, doesn't it?
Yeah, to think it's Division 2, right? It's a good comp. And I know
do we undersell it?
I don't think it's our fault. I think because there's First Division and Premier Division. So, but yeah, there's some good players in every team. Has some real good players. The fact there's ex-AFL players playing Divi 2, it's unreal, isn't it? So it's a bloody good comp, and it's easy to go down a division, and it's so hard to go up.
Yeah.
So we all know how hard it is to win them. So. And that just makes the good competition keep working. So it's fun.
And I think if you do look at it, you've got the fact that Boronia, Wanty South have gone up and been successful straight away.
Yep.
I think we've got sides in our competition this year, and I think the top three, any of the top three at the moment, could go up and be comfortable. I don't think there's that big gap that there used to be, and I think that's been the beauty of what's happening in second division at the moment.
Well, you got to keep your list, don't you? If you go up, and you keep the core of your list, and then you got to add to it. Boronia, probably a bit of an exception there when they went back to back because of but they were, that was not fun coming up against them.
Because it's hard, Matt, when you feel like you're coming up against a side that's probably playing Division 1 football and you're sort of still stuck at that Division 2 level. Yeah. And you as a coach and your coaching staff are sitting there scratching their head on Saturday saying, well, how do I combat what Matt Clark's doing or this coach is doing when I know it's almost like you said before, you've got to plug holes.
Yeah. I reckon one of those years for Clarkey, he probably had, his back six were probably in the top 10 in the whole comp. They were bloody good. He's a ripper, Clarkey, but he certainly knew he had a good team.
Just one more from me, Matt. I'm really big on the rotation. In the days gone by, you normally just rotated your six on and six off with your midfield. But I've noticed in probably the last 3 or 4 years, you just can't afford to have six. It's got to be 10 or 12 running through the midfield now because you need a lot more variety than what you did in the past.
Yep. Yeah, you can't be predictable to anyone. So, and they don't like coming off, a lot of them. Some are great. Some just get it. My skipper, CJ Tilliard, he just gets footy. He understands. Get on, get off. But then you got others who, I've got another minute to go, and then they've got to walk off because they're wrecked. So, but when you got a leader like that to lead from the front, it'll get to a stage where they all do understand. Yep. If I could have more of them, it'd be unreal.
Fair enough. But you got 2 senior debutants today as well. Phil Corso, who came across from Doncaster East, and Kane Frolick, another graduate of the Glenwaverley Rovers junior program. That must be great to give them a senior opportunity.
It is, right? And if you're at full strength all the time, guys just can't break in. So those two come in, and then, like I said before, we've got guys who'll get a chance in the midfield who they were barely getting any time in the midfield because we were so stacked with our top 5 mids. So, and they've done the whole pre-season as mids. They either come in to the seniors or they play twos, and they're just desperate to break in, And then, so the two that come in, so 6 changes this week, and the 2 debutants are both going really well in the 2. So form's everything, right? So if you're playing well, the ball seems to bounce up instead of, sideways. So, good luck to them both.
I was going to say about 11 goals I think Frolick's kicked in the reserves, and of course has been named in the best the last 2 weeks. But also some of your other younger players, how are they settling into life at the senior level?
Yeah, I'm pretty comfortable with the group because they've come through the club. So our 19s program's been running really well for about 6 years. We train with the whole pre-seasons together, the whole thing, and then we always start our sessions together. So for the last 3 years, the guys that are senior footballers now, they were part of training, know everyone, socially part of it. So the real Mully boys, part of the club.
Absolutely. Well, Matt, always a pleasure having you on the pre-game. Or
thanks, Matt.
Or any podcast, any match of the round as well. It's great coming down here to Mulgrave Reserve as well.
Yeah, beautiful day for us. The trees are out there.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day.
It's just like escaping to the country.
It never rains and it's never windy down here. It's amazing.
And I actually had a look at the trees and went, you know what? They're still vertical, so that's always a good thing.
It is.
No worries. Cool. Cheers, boys.
It's beautiful out here. But thank you for joining us, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
For today's conversation.
No worries. Cheers. Thank you.
Always a pleasure having Matt Richards on, and he's done a super job with this Mulgrave lineup.
Thank you, Matt.
Over the last couple of years as well, hasn't he, Crash?
Yes, he has. And, like I said, when it comes back to your depth, Dave, you and I, as we well know, in your seniors, you nearly got to have 30 to 32 players pushing for senior selection every week to keep the pressure on the 22 that go out and represent your club on Saturday, don't you think?
Oh, without a doubt. Look, this is the thing that is so difficult about the Division 2 competition. You want to be 30 deep, and you want to have the 8 that are missing out being not far, or if not as good as, say, the bottom 6 that are in. So you've got a bottom 14, for example, that you can throw in. You want that. But if they're not getting a game, they're looking at going somewhere else to get a game. And so it's hard to have your top 30. And when you do get injuries, they get in and they might have 2 or 3 games and they're back in the twos. And that's, the other, whereas if you're in First Division or Prem, they're more likely to stay because they're in First Division and Prem.
Yeah.
It's that difficult situation here, and that's where...
That's why I'm saying Div 2 is... Because Div 2's right in the middle.
Yeah.
Right, between 3 and 4 and Prem and 1. So the difference, like I said, I still think there's a quantum leap between Div 3 and Div 2.
Without a doubt, yes, definitely.
And the other thing that I've noticed about Div 2, 3 years ago in Div 2, they were lucky if they batted to play 25, 26. Now there's an extra 4 or 5 that are, that have come to the club and strengthened the depth of all the clubs. And now other players are getting an opportunity right through injury or form like they have like no other time in the past.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to go to our first break for today's edition of the Eastland Match of the Round. When we return, we'll discuss some of the games taking place around the grounds in the eastern suburbs of Melbourne.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprain your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds even in winter absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round. Mulgrave up against Surrey Park in a 1v3 clash in Division 2. Josh Ward here alongside Brett Davidson and Wayne Brasher. Touching on this reserves game, the final quarter has just started. It is Surrey Park 12-4-76 leading Mulgrave 35-23, as mentioned, have had some outs of their reserves lineup, with obviously some of them being promoted into the senior lineup this coming weekend. So a good performance from the Panthers nevertheless. We'll touch on some of the games around the grounds.
Yeah.
And we'll highlight probably some of the more key games. There's some games which we discussed a little bit on the final word yesterday, Davo, and if you want to have a listen back to that and listen to more of our dulcet tones, you can head to EFNL Podcast Presents.
You know what, I've now got it so that I go to sleep listening to ourselves. I must admit, I only last about a minute before I bore myself and I go to sleep.
So it's more of a nodcast than a podcast, is it what you're saying?
Actually, that is magnificent. I love that, Lethal.
Yeah.
I love it.
That might be your best one, Lethal.
Yeah, I like that one too.
It's not too bad at all. Let's start with Premier Division and probably the most interesting game. You got Doncaster East Bowling and Warragul Berwick, but South Croydon Vermont does catch the eye, and we discussed that a little bit yesterday on the podcast. And Brash, South Croydon got their first points of 2026 last weekend on the road. Should have been 4, but they'll still be happy with 2. They face a red-hot Eagles outfit that have won their last 3 on the road as well, and will be very eager to head out to Cheong Park.
Well, a lot of people are saying it's probably a bit of a danger game for Vermont, and they're right. Yeah. It is a bit of a danger game for Vermont. And the fact that South Croydon, I'm just, I look at them last week, and I did say that I reckon both sides walked away from last week's game disappointed, extremely disappointed for both reasons, because I honestly think that if South Croydon had got over the line, the confidence factor for them going into today's game would have been a lot more. It would have been a lot. My still only concern on the South Croydon side of things is Tommy Sheridan kicked 6 out of their 10 last week. Didn't have many other goal kickers. Vermont have got a good spread of goal kickers. They've got some of the younger blokes come back and into some form. Spencer's been going well. James Ross at centre half back. So some of the younger guys, Lukey Vassars, Cooper Leon has come back into the side. He's underrated, and he's a tough nugget. Sometimes you need some oomph, and he's got that. And I just think that they're slow. They are on a slow build, Vermont. But I think they'll see this as a gilt-edged opportunity to really get another win today and put pressure on those top 5 sides, just so that let those sides know that that they're around. I'm not expecting them to win by a big margin by any strength of the imagination. In fact, I only reckon they'll only win by 3 goals. And the fact is that, to be honest with you, South Croydon do have a very good record against Vermont. So you've got to take that into consideration, Josh.
And they do have Anthony Scott coming into the lineup, David, which is huge for them.
They do, and that'll help. But I think there's more pressure now on South Croydon after drawing, to be honest, because they're still sitting on 0 wins. So, the pressure factor of trying to get out of a zone that you don't want to be in is still there. Vermont, 4 wins in a row?
3.
3 in a row. And I thought they performed really admirably against Blackburn at Blackburn.
Yeah, they did.
So if you look at that, I was always a little bit suspect about whether Barshramov and Isaacs were going to be much good in Premier, and they took a while to settle. But Barshramov is starting to work well with Wiedemann now in the forward line.
Yeah, I agree with that.
They've got double prong attack now, not just Wiedemann focused. And Isaacs has settled down in centre half back, and he gives everyone an unusual look at the way you play football, but he's settled into what they're able to give.
Dave, when we look at the ladder, just purely at the ladder, and you look at the fact that the 2 bottom sides haven't won yet, there's a lot of pressure on them now because they can't move up the ladder till at least round 11. That's already pressure built into the club without them, and that's 5 games in advance because they need other sides up the top of the ladder to lose. So they've got to win every game to pass Vermont and pass Berwick and pass Baldwin. It's a hard, and as every week goes by, when they don't win, it makes it impossible for them. They won't be able to move up the ladder.
And I think you look at it, South Belgrave are really feeling the pressure. They just don't have the depth at the moment. They can't get over that.
Tim Tim Smith was held to 7 possessions last week. That's unheard of.
Yeah.
He couldn't touch the ball.
I don't reckon I've seen a game where he's had less than 10 possessions.
Yeah, and that's because now you can go out there and plan and go, well, we'll stop him.
Yeah.
But the thing is, though,
Stop him.
Davo, that was always going to be the issue at the start of the year, that Tim Smith was not going to be allowed to play a key position at South Belgrave. He was going to have to play a multitude of positions to suit whichever team, right, and the game style that they needed to do most, because he hardly played in the forward line against Baldwin. He had to be more defensively.
And look, I know Ray said that the two Garners haven't been great for years, but the reality is they're still the two Garners.
That's right.
And they can still play good football. So you take them out.
Yep.
Smith's not there. They lose the defender that went back to Roval. You know, they haven't recruited all that well, so they're going to struggle.
But I think, Davo, just once again, it comes back to the fact, and we keep saying this every year, to come up to Premier Division, and Matt Richards alluded to it, you've got to retain the list, but you've got to improve it as well. And if you don't improve it, it's nearly impossible to get up and up the ladder.
And pressure is a massive thing when you get to this situation. You know, pressure, it does compound, and if you get a few injuries, it makes it even worse.
Yeah.
And you look at South Croydon. I know they went 0-5 last year and got up and played finals.
I don't think they can do that this year.
I don't know whether it's in them. They've got too many little injuries happening, too many players in and out.
Yeah.
You know, you look at a Baldwin are playing very average football, but they're still managing to win the games they need to win to stay within touch until they can start to get some fluency around their game. So
Vermont for mine, 18 points.
Agree. I think Vermont have gone under the radar a bit, and I quite like the way they've gone about it.
Yeah, Vermont for me as well. I think on the record we were pretty split with those tips actually. So I think the Eagles are in too good a form, even with Anthony Scott coming in. It'll still take him a bit of time to settle back into.
Where will he play, Josh?
Probably mid forward. I'm not too sure. I think he was a mid at the AFL level and played a little bit of forward as well. But I think you want to slowly get him into the swing of things and potentially play him a bit more forward.
It's almost like you've got to play your best foot. You've got to play those type of plays in a key position.
Yeah, you do. And it'll be interesting to see. We might have to keep a close eye on that score throughout the day. Doncaster, Eastern Baldwin meet as well as mentioned, as well as Roval and Berwick, which is also a really interesting contest. Berwick, no Jackson Pins, Roval get some players back from the VFL level. South Belgrave, East Ringwood, Blackburn, Park. I think
it's a danger game for Baldwin.
Yeah, I think it is.
Because at the moment with such and such out, Bowen Smith out, everything falls on Urban. He's been best on ground nearly 3 weeks in a row. He can't keep going at that pace. He needs help.
He does need help, and that's what we talked about yesterday, to say that, you know, the boys that are out that are really hurting him are the ones that allow him to become even better.
Yeah.
And now he's having to shoulder everything, which he has done magnificently. But it's hard to do it week after week after week in this division.
Yep.
It's different if you're playing a little bit lower, but the pressure coming up against each week is enormous. So, yeah.
A bit more massive against the Doncaster side that has Kai Owens and Matt O'Brien running through there. But certainly some interesting games in Premier, of course. Round 7 across the senior men's competition this afternoon. Starting to get a little bit of an understanding, but it's still very even, the Premier Division competition, which is what we love to see as well.
But also, too, you know, the season, we're already a third of the way through. It's just gone without, like with the blinking of an eye. I mean, I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, you know, with only 14 weeks left of finals.
Which is remarkable to think. It felt like this time, about a week ago, where we were doing the first final word, and we were out at North Ringwood as well for their game against Parkour.
Just quickly, anyone give Berwick a fluke in chance against Roval this afternoon at Roval?
With Vince out and Clark and Blake Chambers both coming off pretty decent VFL form, it's hard to go past.
I actually think Berwick will probably give Roval a run for about 3/4.
I agree.
Yeah.
We don't discount them, but I think Roval are the real deal.
Yeah, I'm like that.
For 3.5 quarters, they were well and truly on top before East Ringwood, obviously. Even the game out, and they just fell short of a victory there. The Hawks.
Sorry, Josh.
Yeah.
But even then, right, even in Berwick's defeats, right, they're they're getting more disposals per game now than what they've done at any given time. So that's what keeps them in it now, is the fact that they're actually able to amass more disposals to help control the their destiny of how that contest will play out.
And they'll hold them in good stead against Rival. We've got Ray Baird out there, so we'll keep an eye on what he has to say.
Is he going to a Rival game?
Yeah.
What a shock! That's a massive shock.
What's going on there?
Yeah,
I'll have a word to him.
Division 1, and probably the game of note, North Ringwood and Montrose playing out at Quamby Reserve. There's also obviously Wantirna South Baronia meeting at Walker Reserve, but the Devils are in really good form. Baronia have had a couple of changes as well, so I think we'd all be backing in the Devils that contest.
Well, they're injury riddled at the moment, Baronia, aren't they?
Yeah, no Daniel Wex, a couple of others out of the lineup as well.
Max Brash is still yet to come back in.
Mitch Mellis, obviously, we keep talking about him being out of the lineup, but also Jaden Collins and John Wade also goes out of the lineup.
One of the Hannons was injured too, I believe.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see if he's listed at the moment, Josh. So we'll keep a close eye on that. But
I just noticed in the list with the North Ringwood game, Begg's not listed. Is he out injured?
I'm not completely sure why he's not listed at the moment. I think I heard there was...
They've got a couple of decent players out this week too.
And we were looking forward to seeing Begg against McInerney as well, and we don't get that opportunity. But they do get some good players into North Ringwood this weekend. Matt Shepherd, Jason Sharp and Jack Whelan, William Waller also back into the lineup as well. Montrose lose Riley Collier-Dawkins. They'll still give themselves a chance after a good performance last weekend against an injury-depleted Baronia outfit. I can't go past the Saints, though. They've got an array of contributors as well.
I think it'll be very, very competitive, but I think Collier-Dawkins in the midfield's a big loss. They still don't have a key forward to take advantage of what he was able to deliver. I just think North Ringwood will be too strong overall.
I'm going with North Ringwood as well.
Yeah, I can't go past the Saints as well, especially with those inclusions.
And obviously Wani South, I think Wani South will win again this afternoon.
Yeah, my team are going all right.
Yeah, they're going really well, Dave.
They're going really well, Wani South.
Maybe not flying under the radar so much now.
No, unfortunately I've spoken too much about them.
You're allowed to.
Yeah, absolutely. We speak a lot about certain sides.
Hef will have a go at me about this. He'll get into me about it.
Hopefully we do see Wani South.
And Mirrabah get a gilt-edged opportunity to get another win this afternoon.
As do Mitcham against Beaconsfield out at Home Park. Still a danger game for the Tigers, and Park Orchards against Bayswater. I think we're all in agreement. Mustangs, Tigers and Sharks for those games. Division 2, outside of this game, I mean, you've got Lilydale, Heathmont, Waverley Blues, Ringwood, East Burwood, Templestowe, Croydon, Scoresby. There's nothing that really stands out. Probably the closest of those games could be Croydon, Scoresby with the way Croydon play. But I think, and potentially Waverley Blues, Ringwood, given Waverley Blues are a bit unpredictable and Ringwood desperately need a win.
Well, Ringwood need to do something after that. I'm going to say it on here. I thought that's an appalling effort last week
100%.
From Ringwood.
Yeah, to go out in Brett Rowe's game-breaking record and what he has done for that club. He could have easily gone to another club higher level, but he stayed with them and he fought with them, and he's an outstanding coach. Outstanding coach. And for them to go out again in a game and lose the way they did, that was really disappointing. And they need to come out today and really put the foot down, and that'll be difficult against the Waverley Blues at Waverley.
And the one thing, Davo, that disappoints me about Heathmont is the fact that their list on paper is a pretty good side. When you look at it, it's got some experience in there, and there's a smattering. I actually reckon that Lilydale Heathmont game's the next best game in this round this afternoon.
I'm looking forward to seeing
I think Lilydale are up for this. I reckon they're right in this.
I think, luckily I was out at Heathmont last week, and no Appleby for the rest of the year. Stevens won't be in now for another 8 weeks.
They don't have luck when they don't. Even when their form fluctuates, Dave, they still have no luck with injury, do they?
And I think they've got 4 of their top 7 out.
So where does that leave them now for the rest of the season?
I think they're in deep. They've got a couple of good players playing their first games back in the reserves. Some good, solid players. My son's one of them. I'm going to bat him up to say he's.
Dave, do you think they'll be forced in some shape or form to maybe rush some players back in to add some stability to that senior lineup?
I don't know that the coach will go that way. I think he'll be smart about it, but I think Lilydale will be too strong. I like Lilydale. I really like the way they've gone about it. And you sit down at the start of the year and say that they were going to beat Mulgrave and Templestowe this year, you'd be laughing. They've done it 2 weeks in a row.
I'd say Clausen to be up there leading the medal at the moment.
I was going to say he's getting more support, Riley Clausen, as well, which is huge.
But he'll still stand out.
Yeah,
I mean, if you weren't involved in this division, you wouldn't have heard of Clausen or Tilliard, to be honest. And I think they're two of the best midfielders in the whole comp.
Yeah, they certainly.
And I think now that, unfortunately for Gervasoni, if he was able to hold his form, he'd be right up there too. But now that he's basically his season's done, isn't it?
Yep.
We do wish him a speedy recovery.
Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, he's a great bloke and a great club name as well.
Where do we go to next, Josh?
We'll go to Division 3 and briefly touch on the Basin game out at Knox Gardens. And right on cue, the Basin get some key senior names back into their lineup this weekend. Kobe Ferguson, Mitch Brown, Lachlan Kruger, Bailey Slice-Swerter and Cole Delaney. Knox do regain Jordan Love, but with those ins for the Basin, I can't go past them, Davo.
Yeah, well, were they managed last week, were they?
Oh, I think they were still a little bit injured. Mitch Brown played in the reserves, which I found quite interesting.
That is an interesting call. But look, I think their ins are really good. At Knox is not easy. Knox is a difficult ground to play, and they play it particularly well. Buck will have them up. He'll be getting fired up, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
It'll be a good contest. I think the Basin just for me.
Not for mine. I'm going Knox. I just think that they've won their last two. Even though the Basin, I thought, played well for 10 minutes a quarter last week, it wasn't enough for me, right, against Donvale. I need them to show me a bit more. And I just think that I know the Basin, these two play pretty close games, but I just feel that Knox have turned a bit of a corner, and I think they're on the upside. I think it'll be a Titanic contest, I think, myself. 12 points.
Yep.
12 points Knox's way for me, Josh.
Yeah, I think not. I think the Basin, Knox are in some good form, though. I certainly think they're building some momentum, which is what Warrandyte did, and we touched on that game a little bit yesterday afternoon, them facing Fair Park as well. But I think the Falcons, the way they're playing, they're every chance, but I just can't go past the Bears, who get some key senior names. And if they'd played, they might have made a decent fist of it last weekend against Donvale, but they should make a decent fist of it and get the job done out at Knox Gardens Reserve. We're going to go to another break here for today's edition of the Eastland Match of the Round. And when we return, the call team will assemble for this contest out here at Mulgrave Reserve.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
All right, Joshy.
Welcome back to Mulgrave Reserve. We are ready, Brush, for this Eastland match of the round out here at Mulgrave between the Mulgrave Lions and the Surrey Park Panthers. We're all set for a 1v3 clash in Division 2 this afternoon. Josh Ward here. Wayne Brasher, Brett Davidson on special comments. Always a great discussion in the pre-game as well, Brash and Davo.
Yeah, it was. And look, it did, like I said, like we said on the pre-match, nothing really. When I look at the stats for both these sides, Josh, there really isn't that much in it. Disposal efficiency is basically bang on. Both sides are capable of, amassing 350 disposals plus in a game of football, so that's going to make it for entertaining football. Mulgrave have definitely improved from last year, but I just keep coming back to Surrey Park, and I still reckon there's so much upside, and we haven't seen the best of them so far this season, Davo. But yeah. I think Surrey will get up, and I think they'll win by a couple of goals.
Yeah, I must admit, I had Surrey. I was going Mulgrave's way, but when I look at it and go, Jervisoni out, Parker out, Dean out. I think Lisa's out.
Well, nearly every
Falloon's out.
Well, nearly every player that you spoke to Matt Richards about wasn't playing today.
Yeah, I just went. You know what? It's that they're big outs, and Surrey has still got some real top end talent in their side. And even though it's out here and it's a difficult game out here, I'm going to change my tip. I'm going to go Surrey by about 10 points today.
Well, I was actually tempted to go with Mulgrave this game, but then I saw their outs and...
You would never go in there.
Don't lie.
Come on.
And the voice you just heard there before, our illustrious leader, media manager, Ryan Long, joining me in the caller's chair this afternoon.
That'd be like saying I'm going to go against Vermont.
Yeah. Thanks, Woody. Obviously, big day. Great to be out here. Family day, I think, for the Mulgrave Football Club. Got the petting zoo out there, got the jumping castle.
I want to go for it. Can we go for it? I want to go for it.
Go for it, mate.
Is that where you've been the last half hour?
That is where I've been for the last hour and a bit. And very much looking forward to this. Obviously, as you've alluded to in the pre-game and just even just then, some of the outs of Mulgrave are massive going into this game that have only just happened this week and during last week's loss to Lilydale. So that does certainly swing the ledger in favour of Surrey Park. But I'm looking forward to it. We love coming out here to Mulgrave. Yep. I think we got to see the centenary game here last year, which was fantastic and a really good occasion. And it's an opportunity for some of these other guys to step up for the Lions who probably the lesser names, and a chance for them maybe to consolidate their spot in the senior lineup and going forward, because this is a side who is a contender at their best.
And as Matt said, if you've got to give them, they're getting opportunities. They're going to have to take them, and if they do take them, the beauty of that is that it develops a strength within your group, and you go from having 30 definite ones players to 34 definite ones. Means that if you do get injuries late in the year, you're comfortable and confident that you can cover some of those.
Absolutely, and you look at some of their inclusions as well. Phil Corstone came frolic on senior debut, which is great to see, Ryan, and a couple of others as well. Mitch Prosser has played a bit of senior footy with the 80 games before this afternoon's contest. Noah Smith played a fair chunk last year as well, so they do have a bit of senior experience coming in, but you obviously lose some of your key names as well, which will be fascinating to see how they fill those voids.
Yeah, it is, and obviously, I think Jervisoni is probably the biggest loss in that midfield, but when you look at the group, the two Volanas runners have been quite impressive across the season. Yeah. Obviously, Tilliard's a very, very important player in the lineup. I still think there's enough on this lineup that you don't rule them out of this game, but advantage to Surrey with a couple of those inclusions as well. Lachlan Summers is a great in. Also coming back in the side, Monks, and there was one other that Ramboldi as well. So there's some experience for Surrey Park, which makes things interesting. But my tip, I'm still tipping Surrey. I tipped them prior to those injuries. I just have a bit more confidence now with the tip. And I think they'll get across the line by 3 or 4 goals.
Absolutely. Both captains moving into the middle. Dill Williams, of course, the skipper for Surrey Park, and Connor Tilliard, who is always a great chat. We might cross down to the boundary because we got a debutant. And, well, we did see him a couple of weeks ago out at East Ringwood Reserve. But he is joining us on the broadcast for the first time on the EFNL media team. Does have experience out in the northern suburbs of Melbourne as well. And that is Zach Sharp. Welcome to the EFNL media team, Zach.
G'day, Josh. G'day, boys. Thank you for having me. And I'm very pleased to say I'm excited for my debut today here at Mulgrave Reserve.
Yeah. Well, enjoy your days, Zach.
Well, I was going to say you'll enjoy it even more now that you're solo on the boundary. But how are ground conditions as well?
Yeah, look, ground conditions look really good. And I was about to say I think I'll enjoy the day if it doesn't rain. And it doesn't look like it'll rain at this point. Grass seems a little bit dry. I think that's because of the lack of rain we've had in the last 24 hours, which is probably means no excuse for either side when it comes to the ball use today, which I think will be at a high level, seeing as both these teams sit in the top 4 going into round 6.
Absolutely, and your tip as well?
I'm going to go Surrey Park. I think the fact that they're 5-1 to start the year shows that they've shown enough over the first 6 weeks that they're a good side no matter who coming up against them, and just with the amount of outs that Mulgrave are suffering as well in the last couple of weeks makes it a bit hard, I think, for the Lions. Even though they are at home, I think the Panthers will be too good today, probably get up by near 20 points.
Absolutely. Thanks there to Zach Sharp down there on the boundary as both sides move into position. It's Surrey Park, who I think will be kicking to the left of your broadcast. I don't know what to name that end out here at Mulgrave Reserve, or the Wheelers Hill end we'll go with, because I'm pretty sure Wheelers Hill, or we might even be in Wheelers Hill actually.
Wellington Road end is to the right.
Yes, Wellington Road end is to the right, and that's where Mulgrave will be kicking to as
Bushland to the left.
Yeah, let's go with...
I think it's the magic faraway tree end to the left, because once you go in there, you never come back. And I'll tell you what, Brash, you and I have got our work cut out. Because after hearing that, our special first comments from the boundary line, we're in trouble for special comments.
They're coming for your role.
He knows his
stuff. Take the break. Great to have you on board, Zach, for this afternoon and for the rest of the season.
It's very sharp,
easy, guys. I'm prone to a mistake. Relax.
Puns aplenty, mate.
Ryan's last name is Sharp. I didn't do that on purpose either.
Ryan Log to get us underway in the Eastland Match of the round.
Here we go. Surrey Park taking on Mulgrave. First versus third in this encounter. It's Tom Smith here for the Panthers, getting the first clearance forward, cut off and well intercepted there by Alex Hardy. Going to be important for the Lions today as he goes forward looking for Roberts. Doing quite well there was Woods, got the fist, and now they're off here on the far side of Surrey Park. Smith, they link up again. The kick was affected, socket off the ground there by Knight, gaining a bit of territory. Lions defence under a lot of pressure. Just got the hands off in time. That was Hart, got it off to Telford. Back into the pocket, Knight, bouncing ball, eludes the defender, still alive here for Surrey Park, and they keep it in. Smart play off to Penry, snap on the right is a minor score, but Surrey Park hit the board first, one behind, Mulgrave yet to score.
Dill Williams starting in the middle.
Yeah, I was going to say I didn't notice that at the first centre bounce, which he's been swung around a bit as Williams started the year forward, played back the last couple of weeks, and now playing the first centre bounce is Alex Hardy. Will take this kick in, go right in front of us, where he's got a player all by himself. Takes the mark in front of the Surrey Park bench. Does Carter. 45 kick is a good one to Albrecht, former Berwick man in senior game number 9 with the Lions. Played a bit of senior footy with Berwick too. His kick wasn't the greatest to Riley Valanis. Sutherland got it to Laidler. Laidler to Big Ben Palmer, whose kick was a shank out of bounds on the full. And it is going to be Noah Andrews, who takes this free kick, centre wing broadcast side, goes with a beautiful kick in the end to Oliver Munro, handballs it off to Riley Valanis, inside 50 to Roberts, balled from behind from Woods, not paid the mark. On the ground, the Panthers through Sutherland, who nearly was taken without it. He applies the pressure there on Sarkisian. They get it out to Tilliard, dished it off to Sarkisian, goes to the snap, misses to the right. Or it might have been touched, in fact, but it's just a minor score. 1 behind apiece, 2 minutes played first quarter.
I love seeing the matchup of Woods on Fletcher Roberts. That'll be fantastic contest. Woods is very underrated as a defender.
So Cam with the kick in. Finds Laidler. Deep in defence here for the Panthers. 2 minutes into this first quarter. 1 point apiece. And it's turned over. It's picked off here by Tyler Valanis for the Lions. And he'll send them back inside 50 for the third time this afternoon. Oh, it's a short option to Hardy. Potentially in range. A fair way out. Has a short option. Doesn't hit him on the chest. Was looking for Sarkisian. The Panthers through Sutherland. His handball cut off and out of bounds on the far side.
If that had come off then, that would have been one of the plays of the day already. That lead and kick, it was just fractionally off. It was so good.
It certainly was. Just bounced before he could hit him on the chest as we had a boundary throw in. Tapped in front by Palmer. Kick out of defence here for the Panthers. Almost a mark by Mundy. Did well, controlled it. Kept it forward. Picked off this time by Sarkisian now for the Lions. Off the right boot. Off the side of the boot too. But bounce is okay for Arnis, who goes now towards centre half forward. Picked off by Palmer for the Panthers.
At the right half back flank for Surrey. Impressive game last weekend against Heathmont. Going up against Nathan Mullinger. Big Hugh goes lateral to Woods. Woods to Lachlan McDonald, right in front of a decent contingent of Mulgrave supporters as well, who are saying some kind words in the background there. Goes searching for Williams. Tilliard outmarked him. And at the right half forward flank, will go inside 50. Kick is cut off by Nick Can. Was searching for Sam Carter. Can has an option short in Penry. Started playing a bit of senior footy. Or played his first senior game with Surrey Park last weekend. The former Northcote Park man. Kick was under pressure and turned it over to Albrecht. And a few disposals early on as Albrecht goes inside forward 50 or thereabouts. Sarkisian there on the ground after the mark was dropped by his teammate. Can chucked it on the left. His kick will be turned over as well. And it's Albrecht again, centre wing broadcast side.
Both teams need to settle a bit. They're both missing their targets going inside forward 50.
I was just going to say, Dave, uncontested disposal and turnovers will be the difference this afternoon between these two sides.
Ruskus will look to go inside forward 50, which he does now. Roberts floating in from the side, couldn't complete the grab. Valanis there on the ground, dished the handball off. The handball from Andrews eventually found Giorgio Varagianis. They worked this out really well to Munro. The dribbler! It's a brilliant finish from Oliver Munro, who has his first of this afternoon's contest and might be an early contender for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day as well from Oliver Munro. Mulgrave 1-1-7, Surrey Park 1 behind at the 5-minute mark.
Well, they worked their way through that situation then, Dave. Mulgrave, they could have easily given that ball up and let that ball go over the line and try and get a stoppage, but they thought their way through that, and I think that was really just reward for that piece of thinking. That's
where their handballs got better this year. They're not just handballing anywhere, they're actually moving the ball really well with their hands, and they've started off well, Mulgrave. I like the way they're pushing forward. They're really pressing hard, but they're willing to work back into defence.
So good start for the Lions. They're on the board first. 1-1-7. Panthers 1 behind in the early stages of this game. Was out of the middle. Laidler, his kick was affected with the smother. Palmer now. Good hands. Got it off to Williams. Williams inside 50. The mark was dropped by Deal. Probably should have been taken. Handball over the top. Fell into the hands of Hard, who snaps on the right and puts through the quick reply for the Panthers. And they level the scores 1-1-7 apiece.
Well, he's had a good year, Sam Hart, and he's just started where he's left off from previous weeks, Davo.
Yeah, that's a good goal. But you know what? I know they've kicked the goal from it. I would have liked to have seen Williams had that ball running. He had 5 metres in front of him. He tried a short pass. From where he was, nail it.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Just nail it.
Might as well.
Go for home.
And just lift everybody just because of that.
He does have a thumping boot, and Sam Hart sure knows how to find the goals. He's known for his Tobin Brothers goal of the day contenders as well. As we'll go back up, Palmer won it down to Laidler, who's locked up immediately by Varagianis.
Sometimes I think, Davo, some players have become too unselfish and not prepared to take the game on.
Palmer the leap again, and the tap down to Smith. Will try to get a kick away, which he does now. Goes to the far side wing, where Garvin should run onto it. Boundary line beats him. And we'll have a ball in. Nearly 7 minutes gone. Surrey Park and Mulgrave locked up at 1-1-7 apiece. Plenty of turnovers, but still some good movement in the early stages of this matchup. 1v3 clash in Division 2 as Palmer beautifully tapped it down to Smith. Going inside forward 50, Knight the deepest target. Nearly took the grab. He's there on the ground. Dished it off to Sardis, who has it a true centre-half forward. Goes to the right forward pocket where Telford will run onto it. Under duress, will get a handball allowed or won't to Sam Hart. Umpire will call for it in the right forward pocket.
Last 3-4 minutes, Palmer has really become influential, just getting over the top of the ruckman.
He won't compete in this ruck contest. It'll be Hayden Telford for Surrey Park, who got the leap, the tap down to Hart, got boots a ball, and kicked it out of bounds on the full. And it'll be a Mulgrave free kick.
I think the other thing too, by playing actually Tom Smith as a genuine centre player, takes one of those double tags away because they can't have more than one player in that centre circle, Davo.
Exactly.
So Mulgrave out of defence. It might be turned over. It's been intercepted by Monks, who's come back into the side this week. They look to switch the play, and they've turned it over.
He's Doncaster boy.
Yeah.
Ex-Doncaster.
Yeah, he and Mundy are quite good overhead for their size.
Yeah, they are.
149 senior games, 159 goals. James Monks lining up from just on outside of the arc. Long kick towards the goals. It always stays right and just through for a minor score, moving Surrey Park in front by a point. 128 to 117 Mulgrave. 8.5 minutes gone in the first term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Alex Hardy on kick-in duties once again. Goes again to this broadcast side. Good mark taken by Varagianis in front of Dill Williams. Looked for the handball option, but kick was smothered by Williams. Got it to Palmer. Palmer's shipping ball over the top, try to find Fallahay. Instead, it's Varagianis.
15?
Just.
Only just, as Varagianis goes down the line. That was well and truly 15, and that was a great mark as well from Noah Andrews, centre wing broadcast side, right in front of Angus Sutherland. Goes to the right half forward flank. Tilliard was there. There'll be a holding free kick, I think, going to Lachlan Summers. One of 3 inclusions today for Surrey Park. Helps shores up their defence as well, Summers and Ramboldi, as he goes backwards to Cairn. Cairn doesn't have too many options, but he's got one in the middle of Mulgrave Reserve, and that's James Monks, who looked to play on immediately. Does so now. Got it to Sutherland. Sutherland to Laidler. Inside forward 50 with the kick. Telford all by himself. Falls out the back to Williams, who can run onto it.
Gee, that was a good piece of play there.
A great goal from the former Port Adelaide man and the Surrey skipper. 2-2-14 the Panthers to Mulgrave 1-1-7.
The one thing I'm liking about this game, Davo, is the way that both sides are attacking the contest. Many times when we watch teams, they're afraid to take the play along the midfield and take the corridor because they don't want to turn the ball over. These two sides are not afraid of doing that, and I think the game's benefiting from it.
Without a doubt, but you cannot afford to allow...
How much space?
He could have had a cup of tea in there.
The most dangerous player on the ground, and they let him walk into an easy goal. Their second of the day. Smith out of the middle, got off to that man Williams. This time wrapped up, just got his kick away in time. Going without it that time was Varagianis. Hardy, back to Varagianis, now inside 50 for the Lions. Towards goal, might just go all the way. It does. Roberts was in the goal square, but didn't need him. He put it through for Mulgrave's second, 2-1-13 to 2-2-14. Great finish and a great response.
What a great contest between these two. Williams and Varagianis have lined up on each other. Both have been influential. You've got Smith, who suddenly lifted his game because Palmer's giving the ball to him each time. I tell you what, it's really good football. That is what we like, as you said, Brash. This is what we like to see: is really good football being played by both sides.
And the thing is, both sides' back six are going to be under the pump all afternoon here.
Both sides know how to pile on the goals. Two of the more electrifying sides of the division, as the tap down was won by Carter. Siasios got it to Penry. Penry to Can, high up and under ball, searching for Palmer. Carter came floating in, nearly completed the grab. Hardy was there. Umpires circling. They managed to dig it out through the lines. On debut, Frolic with his first kick inside forward 50 to Noah Andrews. Sold the candy on Woods. Could go for goal here, Noah Andrews, and missed to the left.
So already you're seeing a little trend. Mulgrave's pace, foot speed and handball speed, excellent. Surrey, their ability to continue to run and push forward has been really good. So both sides are demonstrating their strengths.
So all tied up again, 2-2-14 apiece as Nick Cam brings this in for the Panthers. Long kick out of their back half. The mark is taken here for the Lions as Corso got off to Hardy. Hardy inside 50, bouncing towards the boundary line. Can't keep it in, and we'll get a boundary throw in. 12 and a half minutes gone first term. We're deep into Mulgrave's attacking half of the ground. Plenty of injuries for the Lions at the moment. As we get the boundary throw in here. Palmer in front position. Got a fist to it. The Lions are the ones who win out. Kick towards the top of the square. Was there a mark or a free kick? It's a free kick and it's going the way of Mulgrave. And they're going to have a set shot on goal to put the Lions back in front in this contest. And the free kick awarded that time to Noah Andrews.
So I think one of the things we saw a moment ago, Mulgrave took a mark, handballed off, kicked into the pocket, not the option. That time, ball outside, put it to the dangerous position, puts Backman under pressure, gives away a free kick and has an easier shot at goal.
So the kick here from Noah Andrews. Looking for his first of the afternoon. Andrew comes in and eases it through. Nice kick. Lions back in front. 3-2-20 Mulgrave. 2-2-14 Surrey Park. And we'll go down to the boundary.
Yeah, boys, Dylan Williams has just come off for Surrey Park. No injury concern, just coming off for a rest. But this is probably a great chance for Mulgrave to maybe put some pressure on the scoreboard. They've just kicked the goal to get in front. But with Surrey Park's star player off the ground, maybe this is a chance they can get on top in the midfield and maybe get a gap just before quarter time.
It's always that perceived pressure, Davo, when you bring the ball within those arcs. Anytime you put it in a central position, pressure builds.
Without a doubt.
So we go back up. Palmer again the leap. Tapped it down to Laidler, who spilt it. Smith mops up for him after Tilliard spilt it as well. Got a handball away to Can at the back of the cricket pitch out here at Mulgrave Reserve. Goes to Hart at the right half forward flank. Handballs it off to Palmer. Palmer to Jasper Mundy with the sticky hands in front of Baxter Lease. He has it about 50 metres out from goal, or thereabouts.
Gee, shaved his locks off old Jasper.
Sure has, as he looks to go inside 50 to the hot spot. Mulgrave should have the numbers and the easy intercept grab taken by the Lions. Might be Joel Pereira there, one of the 6 inclusions today for Mulgrave. Goes short to Riley Valanis. Valanis to the far side wing. Mundy in a one-on-one against Lease, the latter one out. He's got options inboard. He heads in the Frolic direction. Looking to go inside 50 once again. Kick was smothered. Laidler ran onto it. Got the handball off to Contraneo. Contraneo trying to run his way out of trouble and going to the far side wing where Noah Penry is. Penry's got Sardis as an option up the ground. 60 metres out from goal is Chris Sardis. And might get a 25 as well. Mulgrave player, I think that was Alex Hardy, encroaching the mark there, and he'll be just inside the arc here. Sardis does have a decent boot on him.
I know it's a 25 metre, but he's probably, if you're going to give a 25 away, it's probably not a bad spot because he's actually not. It's going to still take a decent roost to register a score here.
Bit of an angle he has to encounter. The former Blackburn man comes in. Got a decent fist of it. Will it go over the line? It stays in play. Fallahay to Hart. I think the kick might have been smothered. It was, and through for a minor score. 2-3-15, Surrey Park to Mulgrave. 3-2-20, 16 minutes gone.
So Hardy to bring it back in play for the Lions, who'll come towards us on the broadcast side or slightly inbound as they take the mark and look to play this one off the side of the boot. Came off hands. Still alive here. Centre wing. Wrapping up his opponent in the tackle was Ramboldi.
At the moment, Surrey are struggling a little bit to contain the run and gun style.
Certainly a quick side. Valanis out of the middle. Tilliard goes back. This time Yacoub. Late inclusion today towards half forward flank. Now Surrey have the numbers. Ken can take off through the middle, take a second bounce. He can take more if he wants to. His kick off the side of the boot though, and it's turned over. And Jason Yacoub again off the half back line. Finds his target. Sarkisian this time. Evan Sarkisian. Roberts leading. He heads in that direction. And over the back, he might still end up with it coming in. The play there, Varigianis tried to steal it away, but he was wrapped up by two Panthers, and we'll get a ball up just outside the Mulgrave forward 50.
Nick Cairns got to work on his kicking, Dave. I think he doesn't kick through the ball enough, and he turns the ball over a lot when he gets it as well.
And they're the ones that sort of hurt those kicks.
Yeah.
Palmer in the ruck, who's been good, got the tap down. Ramboldi out of defence. No mark taken. Now Tilliard gets the handball forward. Hardy off the right boot towards Roberts. Was he pushed out of that one? Umpire says play on. Smith got the handball off. Now Woods out to Laidler. Under a lot of pressure. And the boundary line doesn't matter because he's been called to hold the ball. Or
well, we don't have deliberate, do we?
We do, but it's just rarely paid.
I was going to say.
I think most likely would have been holding the ball.
Yeah, I would have thought so.
So Riley Volanis currently
in the coach's
box he's kicking from. So
surrounded by a cast of thousands.
Richards can give him some advice from here. This is a tough angle. This would be a great kick from just inside the arc. He's done a decent job at it, but it's just to the left. So a minor score, 3-3-21 Mulgrave, 2-3-15 Surrey Park. We've played 18 and a half minutes into this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
I actually reckon both sides are conceding one matchup, and that's Tilliard and Tom Smith. They're playing wide of each other. They're both just saying, don't go head-to-head, just play your game and get us the ball.
Can on kick in duties. Goes with a searching kick to the far side wing. Telford flew, but Palmer had front position.
I like this bloke.
Come across from St Kevin's under-19s program and won the league best and fairest in the 19s last year at the Premier Level 4 Scobbers.
Nice build too.
As Laidler goes with a dangerous kick, but it pays off to Jasper Mundy. True centre-half forward, he has it. Will look to load up and go inside forward 50. Huddle by himself. Coming in from the side was the Mulgrave man. Sardis was there on the ground. Fallahay to Laidler, whose kicks are high up and under. Shouldn't be paid 15. Telford came crashing into the pack. Mulgrave had the numbers at the back, and it's Valanos who dishes the handball off to his brother Tyler. Back to Riley. Goes with a strong kick to the far side wing. Surrey have the numbers. Woods happy to see it out, and it's a boundary throw in.
That's a good result for Mulgrave because they outnumbered 1-3, 1-4 then, and got it out of bounds.
So 19 and a half minutes played here in the first quarter, and it is Mulgrave 3-3-21 leading Surrey Park 2-3-15 as boundary umpire prepares to toss this ball back into play. Palmer going up against Oliver Munro now in this ruck contest. As Palmer got front position and the tap down, was searching for Williams, who's back on the ground. Palmer's handball was deflected out of bounds for a boundary throw-in.
Got real talent, hasn't he, this kid?
Yeah, I like him. I really like him.
Starting to grow into his own as well, this Palmer.
What happens when Woodfield comes back in the side? They play them both and be pretty dangerous side. Is that how it work, Josh?
Potentially, Palmer is the rotating ruck and Woodfull is the starting one.
Yeah, I like it as back in play again. Tilliard involved. There he is, got the handball, but it was cut off. Trying to find Volanis. He's been busy early. Here's a chance to Laidler inside 50. Flying out of this one, punch from behind over the line. Telford went up for that.
He probably could play centre-half forward too.
Yeah, I think he started the year there as a centre-half forward, but because of Woodfull's injuries has been thrown into ruck. And we saw that against Templestowe on Anzac Day, Dave. And he performed well, but he's grown into his own.
Yeah, definitely.
So boundary throw in here, deep inside. Surrey Park's attacking half, currently trailing this game by a goal. Front position are the lines, a handball there from Elbrecht. Clearing kick out of defence. Can they get a mark out of this? They don't. Dangerous ball. Tilliard got the hands. Back to Elbrecht, back to Tilliard. They go back, they link up and now try and escape their back half. That kick out of bounds on the full, so it's going to be coming back Surrey Park's way through Lockie McDonald.
They're struggling for a marking option through that area at the moment, Mulgrave, whereas Surrey's marking has been a lot stronger.
Yeah, it has, as McDonald now puts this ball inside 50, flying from the back. Telford got it down. Laidler, he's kick affected. Out of defence there. Ruskus, Hardy, wrapped up. And we'll get a ball up. Still inside Surrey Park's forward 50. 21 coming up to 22 minutes gone in this first term. It's Mulgrave by 6 points.
3-3-21 plays 2-3-15 as Telford goes up in ruck again. Munro won it down. Varishianis has had a really good start, the former Donny Eastman, and of course does bring VFL experience too. Most recently with the Northern Bull Lancers. Munro won it down, tapped it forward, did his teammate there in Bartlett. Dishes the handball off to Valanis. Valanis back to Bartlett, who gets a shepherd from Frolic. Handball wasn't the greatest from Bartlett, and the Panthers are able to force the turnover. Sardis tried to slap it to Contra Neo, but it's Mulgrave who have the numbers now. Frolic turned it over once again. Kick from Contra Neo will reach Sam Hard, who's under pressure from Alex Hardy. And he might get a holding free kick, the Surrey vice skipper. He does. Has got Sardis deep inside forward 50, and Smith.
And that was all because of the fantastic pressure that Surrey put on in that last 2 minutes of play, where Mulgrave had control of the football the whole time, but just were not able to get it clear enough through hands, all through Surrey pressure.
And the reigning Division 2 best and fairest winner, who already has a pretty impressive resume, still young into his senior career, will come in from around about 40 metres out with a slow, deliberate approach to equal the scores out here at Mulgrave Reserve, and he misses to the right.
Got to be close to the man on the mark then, I think. But he's certainly had a really nice first quarter. Smith, really, at this stage, really playing well.
Been involved in a lot as Alex Hardy will take the kick in here for the Lions and will kick towards us on the broadcast side, out of defence. Spoiled from behind. Great work there by Nick Can. Punching that ball right across the line. And we'll get a boundary thrown right in front of the media van here at Mulgrave Reserve. Great to be out here for this clash. First versus third in Division 2. Both sides contenders this season. We get the boundary throw in. No ruckman for the Panthers. Oh, gone the...
Can't do that. You just cannot do that.
He got called.
It's coming back. That was Sam Carter there who went the don't argue, but straight to the face.
And he ran into the Surrey Park bench as well.
Yeah, well, that could have been a little bit interesting, but it's okay. It was just accidental as Tom Smith. High kick towards the top of the square. Can they get a mark out of this one? A lot of players high at ground level. The handball towards the boundary line, over and out. Was Fallahay there for the Panthers, but they are still doing most of the attacking in the last 5 to 6 minutes of this game. 24 and a half minutes gone first term.
And what I like about it is they're really working hard to keep the ball in the front half for Surrey at the moment.
They've been able to do that. There's Carter. Got a smart tap. Blanes under trouble, in a lot of trouble. And that man, Fallahay, will have now a set shot on goal. Great run-down tackle and chance to put the Panthers back in front.
He's applied some good pressure too, Fallahay.
And look, their whole group have really, we talked about the pressure they've been putting on, and that's now it's becoming third, and they didn't have an option out then, so held onto the ball too long.
And it's one of the best tackles that a coach loves to see.
Yep.
Forward pressure, winning that free kick, and I was hoping to kick a goal from it.
Fallahay lines up and misses another gettable shot there for the Panthers. So they've had a few in the last 5 or 6 minutes. They moved to 2-5-17, still trailing Mulgrave at 3-3-21. 25 minutes gone first term.
We go down to the boundary, Zach Sharp.
Injury concern for Mulgrave. Joel Pereira's just come from the ground with what might be a right knee issue. He's just getting some treatment with the doctors from now.
Okay, but eye on that one as Hardy's kick in went to the broadcast side wing, was spoiled out of bounds by his teammate.
Last thing they need out today is more injuries.
An injury, yeah. Just struggling in that area. They just can't get a mark across the middle at the moment.
Well, we'll be thrown back into play, and it'll be Ben Palmer and Sam Carter going up in ruck. Centre wing broadcast side as Palmer won it down. Siasios got a handball away, but it's a turnover. Sarkisian got the hand free almost. He'll get this ball back after Palmer's spoil went straight to him. The Lions through hands are able to apply some pressure as well, almost too much, and Contra Neo is able to bounce that out of bounds right in front of our boundary rider, Zach Sharp, and we'll have a ball in.
Well, maybe one handball too many at the moment.
Yeah.
With
and
Mulgrave.
the thing is, they've dominated the possession over the last 6 minutes, but they haven't put it on the scoreboard, Surrey.
Will Mulgrave be able to capitalise? They have it in their forward half, and it'll be Carter against Palmer. Palmer again front position, tried to tap it down to Williams, who couldn't take clean possession, applies the pressure and gets Contraneo the footy, dishes it off to Hart. Hart to the left half forward flank, where Mundy is, up against two, has to become the tackler. There's the ball up.
Well, Sam doesn't have a left foot. was just looking at the way he kicked. That was a bit of a boo-na-na there. Lucky to stay in.
Ball tossed back up. Palmer again the tap down. Siasios spilt it. Applies the tackle there on his Mulgrave opponent. And another ball up will take place right in front of us.
That was an AFL tackle then. You see the way he did that? It was just a beautiful technique of tackling Lidler.
So 3-3-21 to 2-5-17, 27 and a half minutes gone in this first term. Carter with the tap down. Was there a holding free kick against Hardy and Fallahay? If it wasn't the first time, it was the second time. Certainly had him there as Fallahay, who's been involved a bit in the last 5 or 6 minutes. Goes inside 50. Can they get a mark out of this? Flying uncontested is Lease, who plays this on straight away for the Lions. And that's the mark they need coming out of defence, this time taken by Andrews.
Like this start.
Yeah, it's already got one on the board as he finds a target. Hardy. Been everywhere, really, as Alex Hardy had plenty of the footy. That kick just getting into the hands of Varagianis. A bit of work for him to do, and they'll give away a free kick, though, too. A holding free kick, which Surrey Park will take advantage of now through the middle of the ground. They switch this. They find a target. Mundy dropped it just when he was out. Still managed to get his handball off in time. They link up again. Fallahay from 49 metres out. Misses to the right. 2-5 or 2-6-18 now. Surrey Park 3-3-21 Mulgrave. 28 and a half minutes gone first term.
Both sides are having that one touch that's just not making it. The miss kick from Hardy, the miss handball in here to Monks. Those things you've got to hit them.
Hardy once again on kicking duties. Goes to this broadcast side where there's a big pack Rambaldi flurry, as did Summers from behind. It spills now to Prozzo, whose kick was smothered, still deflected in favour of his teammate. Handball was turned over to Garvin, who's going to be pinged. And an opportunity for Sam Carter to send the Lions into attack. We're inside forward 50. As he looks for options in his attacking 50. He goes searching for Roberts. Woods was there, as was McDonald out the back. Got it to Sardis. Sardis tried to diss the handball off, turned it over, and the snap is through! And it is Oscar Bartlett with his first goal of this afternoon's contest. Then Mulgrave extend their advantage to 9 points. 4-3-27 to Surrey Park 2-6-18. Is that a Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender?
It is, and you think about it, Surrey have controlled the game for 7 minutes and can't score or score points, and they've got it down there for 10 seconds and they've opportunistic goal, which is what you needed to do. It's going to be interesting. It's an interesting contest. They're both playing different contrasting styles, but the scoreboard is the important part at the moment.
And Mulgrave have the clear advantage. They're actually taking more advantage of their opportunities.
So almost 30 minutes gone. Glanis out of the middle. His kick was smothered, but it's towards the half-forward line. Trying to trap that Sarkissian. Bit of handball there from Rambaldi. Got it off to Penry. Hardy involved again for the Lions. And they're going to be very happy walking into quarter time with a lead. Currently 9 points in front. Great to hear what Matt Richards is thinking at quarter time. So ball up about 60 out from the Mulgrave goals. Giving away a free kick again there was Carter. So Palmer here for the Panthers. Moves this on quickly. Finds a target. Paskowski looks to play on straight away. Rolls around on the right towards the half-forward line. Trying to trap this one. Sartes goes out the back. Lines with some numbers. Tap forward though. Socket off the ground. Inside 50 here for the Panthers. Picked up nicely by Hardy. His handball didn't hit a target, but it didn't matter because the siren sounds, and a very, very good first quarter for the Mulgrave Football Club. They currently lead 4-3-27. The Surrey Park 2-6-18, and we will go to our first break in the Eastland Match of the Round. On the other side, we will hear from one of the coaches and get stuck into this second quarter. Mulgrave 4-3-27, Surrey Park 2-6-18.
Wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds even in winter absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Mulgrave Reserve. Mulgrave taking on Surrey Park. The Lions, a great start here. 4-3-27 leading Surrey Park 2-6-18. We're going to hear from one of the coaches in just a moment, but Josh Ward with some scores around the grounds started us off in Premier.
Well, it's Baldwin 38 leading Doncaster East 7 in that game out at Zerby's Reserve. In a game many of us tipped Doncaster East to win. Berwick also lead against Roval 26-19. East Ringwood 46-13 leaders over South Belgrave. All locked up at Morton Park between Blackburn and Noble Park. 2-14 apiece at quarter time. And it is South Croydon and Vermont 1-4-10 apiece. The second quarter just started, and I think Vermont might have just kicked a goal. They did. So they're in front 2-4-16. The Eagles to South Croydon 1-4-10. Division 1, Bayswater lead over Park Orchards 20-16. Mitcham hold the lead against Beaconsfield 28-25. Wanturna South lead over Boronia 2-3-15 to 1-4-10. Montrose lead over North Ringwood 13-14 the D's, and Moorbark 33 lead Norwood 12 in that game. Out at Mullum Reserve, Division 2, Croydon with a fast start against Scoresby. They're 5-5-35 to Scoresby 2-12 at quarter time. East Burwood 18 trailing Templestowe 21 in that game out at East Burwood Reserve. Lilydale lead over Heathmont 18-14 out at the Lilydale Sports Oval, and it is Waverley Blues with a 2-point lead over Ringwood 14-12 in that game out at Mount Waverley Reserve. Division 3, and it is Sylvan 19 leading Coldstream 8 at Coldstream Reserve. Ferntree Gully 11 trailing Donvale 52. The Basin 22 leading Knox 2. And no update from Upper Ferntree Gully and Whitehorse. Whilst in Division 4, Churnside Park lead over Croydon North Emlock 50-10. Doncaster hold a decent advantage over Forest Hill 4-6-30 to Forest Hill 1-17. Fair Park hold the lead over Warrandyte 18-14, and Bulleen Templestowe lead was 7-8-50 to Nunawading 1 straight 6, Ryan.
Thank you, Josh. Mulgrave Huddle still out there, just holding it in a little bit longer.
That'll be a fine.
Well, they'll be very pleased with it. Obviously some big injuries coming into this game, Davo, and they've taken the most of their opportunities when they've gone forward.
Oh, definitely. I mean, if you look at it, they've been beaten in the ruck. So Surrey should have had first hand on the ball, but I think the midfield of Mulgrave have equalised, if not been on top. Moved the ball a little bit better. taken their opportunities. Surrey have controlled the flow of the game. They just haven't brought the ball inside 50 well enough.
No.
And they've had 3 shots at goal they should have kicked and missed all of them. So that hurts them a little bit. But good game of footy. Both teams would be happy with areas of both games.
Let's go down the boundary. Zach Sharp.
Matt, positive first quarter, definitely up on the scoreboard. What did you like the most about that?
Scoreboard. Hey, that's just 2 teams come to play, isn't it? It's fast and it's exciting. So I'm glad you picked us for the TV game down here. Yeah, go.
Any changes in this second term to try and keep the momentum?
Like we understand who we're playing. They're a very good team. So we've gone in with a real defensive mindset all day, and we want to do that for the whole 4 quarters. Got some young guys, and everyone's put their hand up to play. So
awesome. All the best, Matt.
No worries.
Love how honest he is, Matt Richards.
Yeah, he's good. Great. And he'd be very happy with that first term, as we mentioned, as we're ready to go for this second term.
I just think the other thing I noticed too, I just thought at times Mulgrave just seemed a little bit more cleaner with the ball than what Surrey were dishing up.
So back in the middle again, it was Carter up against Palmer. Tilliard out of the middle. Got off to Hardy, under a bit of trouble. Got his hands off in time. Not quite. Fallahay wrapped him up, and he'll be rewarded with the holding the ball free kick in the middle of the ground. Moves this on quickly. Got Tim Smith, and out the back as well, Dill Williams is able to come in and take the mark.
So that's when you look at the way that game was played. If you go back and look at the vision of that situation, as soon as that contest between Hardy and Fallahay was there, Williams went forward.
Yeah.
So as soon as the free kick was there, he was on his bike. He was gone already. And that's what class and experience can do.
What do we call it, Davo? 40 smarts.
Yep.
There you go, as Dylan Williams lining up for his second. They've missed a few set shots, have the Panthers. This one, much better. He's got 2, and the Panthers cut the lead back to 3. They get the first of the second term. They move to 3-6-24. Mulgrave 4-3-27. A minute gone in the second term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
I think it's been a good move, Williams, into midfield as well.
Definitely. And if you look at it, if you're going to go Williams and Chilliard, Williams may not have had the possessions of Chilliard, but he's kicked 2. So 2 from your midfielder is key at the moment.
Yep.
Sure is, as we await the ball up in the middle of Mulgrave Reserve. Back to 3 points the margin. Surrey Park 36-24. Mulgrave 4-3-27. Palmer and Sam Carter going up in ruck. Carter rucking in the absence of Zach Bonney. As Palmer again the leap and the tap down. Smith couldn't take clean possession. Valanis could. His teammate's kick wasn't the greatest. Can couldn't cut it off. It's Williams with a thumping kick of not too many steps as well. There's a holding free kick going to go to Sam Hart as well. About 55, 60 metres out from goal. The former Blackburn man inside 50 to Smith. Good hit up from Sam Hart to Tom Smith once again, and he knows how to find the goals. Only his 75th senior game today, Tom Smith, and he's kicked 104 senior goals, and he's gone for the snap here.
Dave Owen, the one thing about Surrey, they're very, very good at finding space when they get the ball on their terms.
As Smith snaps it through, and Surrey hit the front, 4-6-30 to Mulgrave 4-3-27. 2.5 minutes, and just like that, the Panthers are back on top, Davo.
And it's 2 goals from 2 mids who have both gone forward quickly and taken easy marks by themselves. You cannot afford... So the players, Mulgrave mids, have got to be aware. You just can't allow your mid to transition all the way down forward, especially when they're both as good as what they are in the air.
You're right. No point them running forward when your opposition are running back into and creating an 8-on-6 matchmaker.
Palmer with the fist forward. Plenty of numbers around this one for the Panthers. The tackle wrapped up. Advantage paid on for the Lions. It's going to come back. Valanis wanted the advantage, but this will come right back to the skipper in Tilliard, who goes wide. Uncontested mark here on the far side for the Lions. They've given up 2 quick goals to start this second term. They're looking to push forward for the first time. Sutherland came in, got hands to it. Out the back here for the Panthers. Was chance for McDonald. Over the top that time, Varagianis. Nothing paid. We'll get a ball up right on the forward 50 arc for the Lions.
Oliver Munro's got to be more of a leading target when that ball comes in. He's too deep.
So the ball resumed here. Williams tried to clear this one out. Hardy comes in. Was he tripped? And he was. So Hardy potentially in range here. Be just on the outside of the arc. Not a bad kick is Alex Hardy.
Still, it's going to take his very best because that ball seems to be holding up a little bit in the goal square. And I don't know why, but it is.
Well, we'll see where this one goes. Got Fletcher Roberts on the goal line at the moment. Alex Hardy from just outside forward 50. It's just going to fall short. Punched into the goalpost by Lachlan Summers. And it's a minor score.
I think Mulgrave have got someone at the back with a fan, and they're just pushing it full ball the whole time.
I thought you were going to say something about the magic faraway tree there.
That's where they hide, I think.
Sardis got possession, handballed it off to Can to Summers to Contraneo, back to Sardis, to Laidler, back to Contraneo, centre wing broadcast side, they have it now, the Panthers. Fallahay in from the side, it spills to Telford, who gathered, dished the handball off to Fallahay, who goes inside forward 50, has Smith as a target, forced a contest, did really well there against Pereira, who applies the tackle on Smith, and the handball will go.
Well, he set to be honest, he sold Tom Smith out there. He sold him an impossible possession there. He should have, instead of going outwards, he had two players inboard. He should have gone that way.
As Hardy will take this free kick. Probably Mulgrave's best so far, as that kick will be tapped out of bounds by Garver and right in front of the scoreboard, which reads Surrey Park 4-6-30, leading Mulgrave 4-4-28. Zach Sharp on the boundary.
Injury update for Mulgrave. Joel Pereira had a foot issue in that first quarter, got checked up at quarter time. He looks to be fine, and it looks like there could be an injury update for Surrey Park in a minute. I'll get an update as what's happening over there.
All about to be tossed back into play. The left half forward flank for the Panthers as Palmer won it down. Running onto it, Williams tried to break a tackle. Still got a handball away. Intercepted by Pereira. Got it to Ruskus. Ruskus to Hardy, who's under pressure from Fallahay. A fascinating matchup, that one, as Sardis got it to the goal square where Telford's the deepest target. Under duress, spilt it to Jakub. Goes the short kick searching for Sam Carter, but instead it's Bartlett who goes to this broadcast side wing. 2-on-2 for both sides as Sutherland gets the ball, dishes to Laidler, who got it to Paskowski. Paskowski tried to find Contraneo on the handball, mops up and gets it to Laidler. Inside 50, the fight from Telford, and the mark got to be paid tonight. I can't explain that.
Well, it looked like...
the two players that jumped the highest got nowhere near it, and the ones that jumped between it was between the two that just jumped in slowly. Yeah, that one.
The third highest in Oscar Knight has taken the grab. 3-goal performance last week for a man, as mentioned, played youth boys last year in a 19s grand final as well. Played all six senior games so far. This is 7th, looking for goal number 12 from directly in front, about 25 metres out. Makes no mistake.
He's a talented young kid, this guy, and you're now looking at his set. He's kicked 2 or 3 every week, and he's that fifth forward for them, and he very, very handy. And I think Sam Hart's the one who's come off with an injury, so I'm not sure what it is.
We've got boundary update, I believe.
Yeah, it is Sam Hart that's come off the ground entirely. He's actually gone into the rooms. I think it might be maybe hamstring or back related. It looked like he was stretching that out on the bench before walking into the rooms with the club doctor.
He did enter this game with potentially a hamstring or back concern as well, Sam Hart. So.
And he didn't look happy coming off.
So that would be a big loss for the Panthers. They had a great season so far, so we're back in the middle again. Palmer and Carter going at it. There's been a free kick awarded, this time going the way of the Lions. Can they take advantage? Carter from outside 50 sends a long kick towards goal. It's a minor score, so the advantage doesn't pay off in the end. 4-5-29 Mulgrave, 5-6-36 Surrey Parkers. Cam will take the kick in quickly here for the Panthers. Kicking towards us, broadcast side. Great mark by Lockie Summers, who's off. Used the advantage, played on, finds Palmer. Palmer has the option, running passing Contraneo. Handball over the top. Ball bounced up for Garvin, off the left boot towards goal, and Knight had the mark, just fell through his hands. Looked like an easy chest mark in the forward pocket.
And that's the difference at the moment. Mulgrave do not have a Summers type that can take that big mark across the half-back line and then transition the footy along.
So we get a boundary throw in inside Surrey Park's forward 50. They lead this game by 7 points, 8 coming up to 9 minutes gone in this second term. Back into play again. Valanis, quick hands. They try and get it out of trouble. Valanis again. They're both involved. Over the top. Smart little handball. That time was by Smith. And across the line it goes.
I know they got Roberts playing full forward, Davo. Did they bite the bullet and play him centre half forward just to try and get someone to take it? Because he's more than capable of taking a grab.
Yeah, well, they're not getting the ball down to him in that area enough, so it wouldn't be a bad idea because, as I said, Munro's not done anything up forward.
Did miss that, but it's a free kick here for the Lions.
Is it
out of bounds? I think it might have been, which Panthers players are certainly a little bit confused at the moment, but the ball will come back and it'll be Mulgrave's ball right in front of the coaching bench. So a chance for Andrews to move this forward here for Mulgrave. Goes back. Finds a mark. Ruskus. Back across play. They move this now through Smith. Out of defence. Bouncing ball. Picked up nicely here for the Lions, but the handball just into a bit of space. Valanis involved again. Now, can the Panthers get something going? It's cut off and it's fallen into the hands of Smith, who passes it over the top. Was looking there for Contraneo, who's been caught high. And
25?
No, it looks like it.
Davo.
And it'll be a certain goal.
Mulgrave are a victim of some poor disposal there because they had the switch and they didn't hit the target and then created the perceived pressure and allowed Surrey Park to tackle and turn that ball over. And now they've got another shot on goal here.
And they've kicked it. Advantage play on.
Yep.
Summed it up perfectly, Brash. And as I was watching it, I thought exactly the same thing. You cannot afford to be missing the targets like that.
Especially when it's uncontested.
Yep.
You don't mind a shank kick if you were contesting it. It was contested, but this was uncontested. And they had two players there who were 10 metres apart from their opponents, and they still messed it up.
Carter won that tap down. Won it down to Noah Smith, who got their handball off, and the Lions are inside 50. Kick cut off by Angelo Ramboldi, the former Doncaster skipper. Handballed it off to McDonald. McDonald, the short kick to Can, who broke a tackle. Goes to this broadcast side where Garvin's all by himself. Bounce doesn't favour him. Still has a bit of time to take possession. He doesn't take clean possession, and Contraneo just went off the deck.
There you go.
No, that's not it. That wasn't out of bounds.
I don't think that was out of bounds on the. He called out of bounds on the full, the boundary umpire. And I don't think it was. There's Valanis goes inside forward 50. Again, the mark taken by Lachlan Summers.
I was pretty sure it was called deliberate.
Either way, possession for our boundary rider.
It was Mulgrave free kick either way, as well as Surrey Park are able to intercept through Summers, and Piskowski goes into the middle. Mundy again, sticky hands. He's done that well so far this season and this contest. Inside 50, looking for Telford. Out the back, taking the easy intercept possession. Prozo, although he might have turned it over to Siasios. Got it to Penry, whose handball was too hot for Mundy. Goes back to looking to mop up his own work. Couldn't.
I have to say, the Surrey Park fan in front of us who turned and looked at us as if we had any sort of control on that decision was
I don't know what James Kenworthy said to him.
You have got control over lots of things, Ryan. Don't you worry about that.
Media man controls the line.
Exactly. There's Carter. Taps it out of bounds for a boundary throw.
I don't know what Kenworthy said to his players at quarter time, because they've come out with a very different mindset in this second quarter. They've been a lot more aggressive in trying to take ownership of the midfield, as well as they're trying to get the ball more uncontested so they control the destiny of the contest at the moment here, Surrey Park.
So back into play again. Palmer out the back. Big tackle by Tilliard. He'll be rewarded with a holding the ball free kick. We'll go down to the boundary.
Samuel Hart's come back from the rooms, boys, for Surrey Park. Looks to be testing out that left hamstring and doing a few run-throughs on the boundary line.
Thanks, Zach. We'll keep an eye on that, see if he comes back out onto the field. Because we're 13 and a half minutes gone in this second term. A 13-point lead to the Panthers as the Lions trying to get there first of the quarter. Sport from behind by Roberts. Made a contest out of it. Ball comes back out this way to Carter. Carter's handball off to a teammate running past, and they muck around with the footy here, and across the line it goes.
Once again, it's the pressure.
That was great pressure from Surrey because they did have some reasonable space, and Mulgrave, but they shut the space right down. Surrey, very, very good effort.
Well, there is Hart testing out that hamstring right in front of us on the boundary line. I wouldn't risk it if the way things are going at the moment. Carter inside 50, high kick for the Lions. In front position, he'll sport from behind. Ball comes back out to Smith. Smith, a high kick in towards the middle of the ground. Can they get a mark out of this? It's sport from behind, that time by Ruskus. Fell into the hands of Tilliard. Run down, got his kick away in time, but it fell into the hands back of Tom Smith, who's been good this quarter, and finds Mundy. Mundy, a long way out from home. We'll put this one back inside forward 50. The target there in the pocket was Telford, who's been given a free kick for a push in the back.
It was probably there, but he certainly made sure that the umpire knew that he'd been pushed. And that's clever forward craft. But again, Smith, Mundy, forward. Their ability to hit that centre-half forward target or towards the midfield has been so much better than Mulgrave's at this stage.
So Hayden Telford lining up for his first of the afternoon. His kick on the way, and it's just a minor score. So 6-7-43 Surrey Park, Mulgrave 4-5-29. Currently a 14-point lead, 15 minutes into this second term, Josh Ward.
Alex Hardy once again on kicking duties. Had a few possessions as Hardy.
Mr. Mulgrave.
Yeah. They are competing for Mr. Mulgrave tonight as well, so it'll be interesting to see if he remains Mr. Mulgrave as his kick. Found Munro, who went long to the far side wing. Woods and Can were there, and Can's happy to see that over. And we'll have a boundary throw in. Bang on centre wing, broadcast or far side of Mulgrave Reserve.
Yeah, if they risk Hart,
he's off.
He's off. I mean, because he's looking at 21 days if you're going by hamstring protocols. If he does any more damage, he could nearly throw out 6 to 8 games. It's not worth that.
Munro won that tap down. Ladle was there. Got a kick away searching for Falahay. It's Contraneo instead, whose handball was an errant one. Intercepted by Bartlett, who went off the deck inside 50 in the Roberts direction. Finally gets some open space. Bounces it towards goal! And finishes it off beautifully, does the former Western Bulldog. And a much-needed goal for the home side there. 5-5-35 Mulgrave to Surrey Park, 6-7-43. Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender.
Got to say, Davo, basically Mulgrave created a goal out of absolute nothing there.
Which has been their last 2 or 3 goals have been out of absolute nothing. So they've taken advantage of the fact that they're still, even though they're not playing well, they're being dominated, I believe. They're still in it on the scoreboard. So that sometimes can have an adverse effect on your opponent because we just can't get away from them.
Especially when you get on a bit of a roll, you tend to overuse the ball too.
Just got to get him one out. I think Fletcher Roberts, such a good one-on-one player as this ball comes forward to Mundy for the Panthers with a quick centre clearance, and Jasper Mundy be in range from here.
He's confident.
I'd back him in from here. He's good kick of the footy. On the left boot towards goal. It's just going to fade to the right. Certainly had the distance from there. So just a minor score. Surrey Park 6-8-44. Mulgrave 5-5-35. 17 and a half minutes gone.
Seems like with 2 yards seems to be the yardstick in the midfield for Mulgrave. Surrey have got a few more options, Davo.
Yeah, and look, and we knew that was always going to be difficult when you take Gervasoni and Parker out of the side.
Yeah.
And the 3 of them, with Tilliard, that's the starting group. They've lost 2 of them, so they're a little bit down in that area.
And that's just going to wear Tilliard's going to have to. That's going to wear him out for the rest of the afternoon.
So we now have a ball in right half forward flank for the Panthers. Laidler got it back to Telford, who competed in ruck. Inside 50, Knight was there, dropped the mark, went off the deck.
Number 36.
There's a great finish from Oscar Knight, his second goal of this afternoon's contest, and the Panthers, well, they get a decent buffer once again. 7-8-50 they move to Mulgrave, 5-5-35. I think the scoreboard, well, I was going to say the scoreboard nearly gave Surrey Park 2 goals there, but it is still a 15-point lead to the Panthers, 8.5 minutes gone second term.
Well, if Ryan's got control of the umpires, you're the one who's got control of the scoreboard, and that's why Surrey have gone 2 goals clear.
So a lot of Lions numbers in that goal line there, so I'll probably be disappointed to give away one.
That was actually why I accidentally added an extra goal. I thought it was Mulgrave. I saw so many of them there. I thought surely it was one of them.
So back in the middle again. Valanis, his handball cut off. And by that man, Contraneo has been good this quarter.
Yeah. He has.
I almost feel like that Mulgrave really can't afford to be any more than 3 goals down at half time here, Dave. Because I'm just finding it hard for them to,
Blocking
see where they're going to kick their goals.
Out of the ruck here, it's free kick towards the Panthers. So Telford plays this on straight away, inside 50. Lease comes in to take the mark for the Lions. Had a couple of good moments today. He'll switch it towards the far side. If they can get something going, they do. Sarkisian takes the mark. Wheels around on the right towards Roberts. The kick's not good for him, but sport from behind. Play down here for the Panthers. Handball forward by Roberts. Valanis will go forward for the Lions. They've got players out. The kick overdid the target in Yakub. He's got plenty of time to run on it. Just an errant handball. Got it off to Hardy. Back to Yakub. Inside 50. Can they get a mark in front position? Great hands. And well done there for the debutant in Frolic.
That was a great, that was a good contest, and his opponent actually did try and punch the ball out, so it was just, I was going to say good strength, and then I've looked at the kid and he's got no arms. Look at him, he's skinny as.
He's a young kid
and he mistimed his leap a little bit there too.
Great hands.
Beautiful mark.
So this would really give Mulgrave a lift.
They need it, I think.
On debut.
Woods has come off really sore after that contest with Roberts.
It's a big moment here for Frolic. Coming in for his first goal at senior level. And he has put it through. And they'll all get around him. A great moment for Cam Frolic. A goal on senior debut. And that's an important one for the Lions. So it's the youngster who stands up for them. 6'5", Mulgrave, Surrey Park 7'8",
Well, they've not had anyone that could take a mark in their forward half over the head, and he's taken one. So he's shown exactly what you need to do, get in front. But what I did like about that, and I spoke about it, Fletcher Roberts was out of position, went up for a mark, and he brought 2 Surrey players down with him. And it was just beautiful forward craft because they're both hurt.
It's back up in the middle we go. Frolic 11 goals in 4 reserves games as well, so knows how to find the big sticks as the Lions move into attack again in the direction of Frolic, who's up against Nick Can. Tries to break the tackle, but Can did really well and is going to get rewarded with a holding the ball free kick. We'll go down to Zach Sharp on the boundary quickly.
It's Jack Woods for Surrey Park, who's just got a blood nose, so he should be okay to come back on a little bit later.
Get a bit of strapping around the nose as well, which will be interesting to see when he does come back on, as Can goes down the line, and that is out of bounds on the full. So it'll be Baxter Lease who'll take this free kick. Plenty of experience at the senior level for Lease. Heads in the Roberts direction, Floon crashed the pack. Sutherland out the back. Heads in the Mundy direction, again sticky mitts from the former Oakley Charger right in front of us at the right half-back flank for Surrey Park. Doesn't have too many options to go to.
There's a bit of Inspector Gadget in this guy, I reckon.
Yeah.
Goes searching down the line in the Palmer direction from behind. The handball from Proza. Got it to Hardy. Got it to Valanis. Tried to find Hardy again with their handball, but instead it's Giorgio Varigianos who was locked up by Fallahay, who has applied some really good forward pressure in Fallahay.
Yeah, and look, the game's tightened up a little bit, hasn't it? The last couple of minutes it's been very physical.
22 and a half minutes gone as Palmer won that tap down. Laidler tackled upon immediately by Noah Smith and Riley Valanis. It's the Panthers 7'8", leading Mulgrave 6'5", in this Eastland match of the round. This ball's tossed back up. Palmer again the lead. Carter will give that tap down to him. Got the handball off, but it's turned over to Sutherland, who turned it over to Noah Smith. Wheels around, heads in the Roberts direction, and gets paid the grab. And just outside 50.
Summers is just...
He could have gone back a little bit further, Summers, as he heads inside 50, does Roberts. Couldn't find a target. Valanis is there on the ground, as was Oscar Bartlett.
He felt like he should have been probably in range of a set shot, but Summers has added another 10 metres on his...
He marked it inside the 50.
Yeah. He'll go up in this ruck contest against Ben Palmer. Palmer again from behind. Tapped it down to Smith. He'll get a high free kick.
Not Summers' fault. It's smart from him, but umpires should have picked up on that.
Yeah.
So Tom Smith in the back pocket here for the Panthers. Needed a big game, and so far he's delivered. Out of defence. Line's been good in this last 5 minutes. A handball from Hardy. Off to Deal. Deal towards the direction of that man who just kicked the last one in Frolic. Long kick inside the pocket. Intercepted here by Nick Can this time.
He's had a good game, Can, in defence.
Yeah, he has.
It's just his disposal. His disposal really hurts him.
So Nick Can, bit of space in front of him as he sends a long kick out of the back half. Mundy got hands to it this time. Couldn't bring it down. The handball from Lease. They link up through Deal. Deal back to Lanis. Lanis goes back again. Back to Lease, and they maintain possession of the football. Back to Tyler Valanis this time. They love the handball game, and this time they go through Munro. Off to Hardy, running past. Mr. Mulgrave got it back to Valanis. Valanis now inside 50 in the Roberts direction. Plays go up. It's all Panthers at the back. Williams is there. Williams, he's kicked, finds a target. Contraneo.
Goes straight through the spine to James Monks, I should say. Bang on the middle of Mulgrave Reserve. Goes long in the Sardis direction up against two. Telford was there to help him on the ground, as was Jasper Mundy. Got a handball away to Oscar Knight, who was under immediate pressure. Still got it off to Sardis, who kicked a great goal, did Chris Sardis. And it is Surrey Park 8:56, leading Mulgrave 6-5-41, 25 and a quarter minutes gone.
That's holding the ball.
It was scrappy, but still.
I tell you what, it was interesting footy then. It was really good transition footy from Surrey Park. Got it down there. Probably held the ball a little bit long in the midfield, Mundy.
Yep.
Got it, or Monks, either one of them. They got it down there. I thought it was going to be an easy mark. They got the ball out. Good goal. Could have been held a little bit. The ball was held in for a little bit longer than what we thought.
They just seem to have the answers at the moment here, Surrey Park.
Smith again in the middle, go after Williams. Williams inside 50. Can they get two quick ones? Bouncing ball, dangerous one. Out the back was Knight. Spun around and puts through two in 30 seconds.
This kid is a star.
And that is goal number 3 for Oscar Knight. And that extends the margin back to 21 points, Davo.
He is really, that was class. That ball came down and he got it onto his left quickly, and hard to defend that.
Oh, you can't defend this.
But the killer at the moment is Smith. Smith in the midfield is dominating.
Yep.
And if he and Williams can both get to the ball to each other, they both kick it long enough to be able to put the defensive area under pressure.
And this is where Mulgrave are under real pressure, because they really, in essence, have only got one midfielder, and they've basically shut him out of the game in this second quarter.
Certainly have done well of the Panthers as they lead by 21 points, 27 minutes gone, second term. They're putting their foot down as Smith bursting away from the stoppage in the middle, goes inside 50. Telford was there. Knight's on the ground. Will he run onto it first? He does. He keeps it in play. Handball back to Garvin at the right half forward flank for the Panthers. Inside 50 with the kick to Fallahay. They are piling on the pressure of Surrey Park, and it is Renan Fallahay who can go back and kick his first goal after 2 behinds early on.
Now, I'm not sure what's happening in the midfield. I looked at it then. The structure was Varigianis has gone to Lydler.
Yep.
And I think Lydler had a lot of footy early on in the first quarter, so they maybe swapped him in there. He needs, if he's going to play that role, he needs to go to one of the other two boys because they're dominating. And while Lydler can get a lot of it, he doesn't kick it as well as those two.
Fallahay comes in, a little bit of an angle to encounter, but still gets it through.
No,
or
he
not.
doesn't. No, it was only a behind.
9-9-63, Surrey Park to Mulgrave 6-5-41, 28 minutes gone.
So 22-point margin as we approach half-time. Mulgrave would hate to concede one more. 22 points, as we said. A long kick out of defence by Hardy. A lot of players fly for that one. Almost bringing it down with Summers. Thought he might have just about had it. Ball comes back out. Quick handball over the top. They let that out too easy. Mundy's involved now inside 50. Running into this one for the Lions. A clearing kick. They needed something like this, but they've turned it over. And Jack Woods takes the mark here for Surrey Park. Goes inbound because they've got plenty of players out. Here's Can. Receive the handball and now puts it in the direction of Smith and Williams. And Williams goes up and takes the mark. And these two, between Williams and Smith, there was a 2-on-1 there. One of them was going to mark it. They are taking the PI double five this quarter.
They are playing really, really good football. And look, Mulgrave have pushed everybody up to try and shut it down for the last couple of minutes, but you can't allow 4 defenders to be standing by themselves across the ground.
Yeah, and smart, obviously, play there by, I believe that was that Woods who saw the options in the middle. Dylan Williams has a couple to his name already. This would be goal number 3. If he can put this one through, it's not a bad kick. Not a bad kick at all. Another one for the Panthers, and they have now kicked 8 goals in this quarter. 10-9-69 Surrey Park, 6-5-41 Mulgrave, who are desperate for the halftime siren.
Davo, the one thing also too with Surrey Park, instinct. The instinct is when I get the ball and I see all the Mulgrave players on one side of the ground, I'm looking to kick the ball to the fat side where I've got 3 open players. That completely opens up the whole left-hand side of the play, and once again they were able to take advantage of that situation.
As Palmer and Carter once again go up in this ruck contest. Palmer the big fist, Varigianis, but it's Palmer who will get this clearance and send the Panthers into attack. Telford in a one-on-one. Knights out the back, as is Ruskis, who's under pressure and is happy to go through and rush it for a minus score. 10-10-70 Surrey Park to Mulgrave 6-5-41 as Ruskis goes searching for Hardy. Garvin in front position. Taking it over the line is Joel Pereira at the right half forward flank for Surrey Park.
They look a bit shell-shocked, Mulgrave.
Yeah, they've got no answers at the moment. They're being beaten in the middle, being beaten in the ruck, and they haven't got enough defensive pressure to stop the marking forwards.
As Palmer took it out of ruck, goes for goal and misses to the right. 10-11-71 Surrey Park to Mulgrave 6-5-41. This quarter gone for 30.5 minutes.
I know the throw-in probably wasn't the best of throw-ins, but you can't afford to let Palmer just take the ball out of the ruck. That could have easily been a goal as well.
Yeah, it's just been a little bit too easy here for the Panthers in this last 10 minutes. I mean, 10 minutes ago it was 9 points and suddenly it's out to 5 goals and very dangerous couple of minutes here from Mulgrave. Don't want to concede anymore. As Hardy, long out of defence. Seem to be just looking for the boundary line. Roberts got hands to it. The handball there, that time from Sarkisian. They're happy to see it across the line.
Well, in essence, Ryan, at the very best, right, the average goal per minute in this comp is around 3.5 minutes. So in this second half, Mulgrave are going to have to play 20 minutes of football and kick 6 goals to get back in front. That's going to be a really tall order.
So the boundary throw in, there's been something called here. It's going the way of the Panthers again. I believe that will be towards Palmer.
No, it's going the other way.
It's going Mulgrave. So it'll be Carter to get the free kick here for the Lions. Short chip. Varigianis got nothing ahead at the moment. Long kick down the line, was looking for Roberts in the middle of 3 defenders here for the Panthers. Ball moved out, Tilliard inside 50, finds a target. That was beautiful transition for the Lions. Well done, Connor Tilliard. Hit up his target, and Elbrecht is in range from here for the Lions.
He's going to have to kick it.
He needs it.
Yeah. They need a goal here.
So you can see the difference. Tilliard gets the ball and he does something with it.
Yep.
I mean, but there's only one of him at the moment.
Yeah, that's right. So Matt Elbrecht, we're kicking from about 45 metres out. Not much of an angle from there, but he'll take a good kick. It is a good kick. If it holds its line, it does. And they get a much-needed goal for the Lions. That's their 7th of the day, 7-5-47 to 10-11-71. Big kick there from Elbrecht, and he delivers.
Well, the other thing too at half-time, Dave, I'll be interested. I think Matt Richards, I don't know what he's going to do because he probably is very hamstrung with the team that he's got out here, and he probably can't afford to make wholesale changes. Otherwise, it'll upset the whole equilibrium of the side.
Yeah, but he's got to do something to create an opportunity for him. Even though they've scored okay, if you think about it, they've still scored 7 goals. The problem is that they've allowed the opportunity to kick 10 and they're losing the mid.
They're bleeding goals from the stoppage as well as Carter with the big fist. Sutherland runs onto it. Got it to Piskowski. Piskowski to Laidler. Laidler goes inside forward 50 where there's a big pack. Telford out the back. Spoiled from behind there by Proza. Pereira happy to see that over for a boundary throw in. about 45 metres out from the Surrey Park goals. Again, it's that centre stoppage area which is really hurting Mulgrave.
And it is, and even if they break 50-50 in the second half, Surrey and Mulgrave, it's still not going to be enough for Mulgrave to kick a score.
Will be thrown back into play as Palmer just pushed out Carter. Kick will be after the half-time siren. It went to the left anyway, but 8 goals to 3 in that quarter sees Surrey Park 10-11-71 leading Mulgrave 7-5-47. The major goal kickers, Oscar Knight and Dylan Williams with 3 goals each. Singles to Sam Hart, Tom Smith, Chris Sardis and Dante Contraneo, whilst it's all singles for Mulgrave. We're going to go to a break for this half-time, and when we return, we'll have the half-time show out here at Mulgrave Reserve.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel, so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to Mulgrave Reserve. Half-time here, and it was a big second term for Surrey Park. They now lead by 4 goals, 71 plays 47. I'm Ryan Long, joined by Zach Sharp in the media van here for the half-time show. And speaking about the game, Mulgrave started really well and made the most of their opportunities. The Panthers, particularly with their big stars, Smith and Williams and Mundy, they've started to really get on top and start to play some really good football. Potentially we might have the there's a couple of technical difficulties at the moment, but We'll get you to jump on my right side and jump onto this, Mike. But in terms of the game, the goal kickers in that second term, Oscar Knight with 3, Dylan Williams with 3, singles to Smith, Sartes, Hart and Contraneo for the Panthers in that quarter. We got you now, Zach?
I think so.
There
yes.
we go, beautiful. What did you make down at boundary level?
Yeah, it was interesting. I think the fact that, I guess Surrey Park at quarter time, you could look from their perspective that they may have actually wasted the dominance they had, with especially the scores in front of goal. I think they were 2 goals 6 at quarter time and had about maybe 5 or more scoring shots than Mulgrave. So looking from that perspective, probably Surrey Park have been up on top the whole day. Only in that second quarter did they really open up the floodgates with the scores on the board to get to 10-11, 71 now. And I think for Mulgrave, that last bit of that second quarter was probably one that, I don't know, if it ends in one result today, that could be what really happened there. I feel like a few dropped heads were happening in the back half, especially with how quickly the ball was coming in from centre bounce. And I just think for their sake, that's something that they have to kind of erase pretty quickly. Otherwise, it's going to get ugly because the Panthers, they've got answers everywhere. I mean, Sartes is starting to get on top. Dylan Williams as well has the ability to probably kill this game quicker than most in the league. So it's one to watch, definitely.
Yeah, certainly right. And I really did think the big stars stood up, and the centre clearance was a massive issue in that second term, and that was the repeat inside 50s. But the fact that both Smith and, of course, Williams do push forward and hit the scoreboard. In terms of Mulgrave, obviously with the list today, they've got 6 changes and a lot of key players too out of this lineup. And I mean, you look at Angus Jervis, only look no further of how big of a loss that is, and boy, do they need him at the moment. But what were you sort of, if you're Mulgrave here at halftime, what needs to change? It feels like you've probably just got to roll the dice, make some moves. Does Roberts move back? What would you do here for Matt Richards and a Mulgrave point of view?
I think, for starters, with the scoreboard looking the way it is and how if Surrey Park are going to continue to get on top in the midfield, Roberts definitely has to go back. I think just be a pillar down there and maybe change the way you play from Mulgrave's perspective of playing from your back half rather than trying to be a midfield dominant team and score from there, because they have pace. They've got players that are fast enough to take Surrey Park on the counter-attack, and I think that's maybe something they should lean into. I wouldn't even be... I'd almost be instructing just them to take the game on a little bit more. So there's a lot of times where Surrey Park's pressure was great, but to get through good pressure, you actually kind of have to take grass. You have to run through the tackle, just keep the ball moving, surge forward, because they've found a couple times, I think I've even seen Varagianis get out into space and be by himself in the forward 50. They can get numbers forward because, just the way Surrey Park are setting up with their pressure, they've always got one spare back. There is an outnumber. Their ability... they got to just capitalise on those opportunities when they get them, and I think just the tentative nature and just falling into the Panthers' trap of the pressure is just letting Mulgrave down. But position change wise, I think Roberts just to stem the flow is probably a good start, and then I think maybe even Tilliard, you almost have to kind of say, sorry man, you might be running out of gas, or you might be a bit sore, but we need you around the ball, because his clean use is standing out from Mulgrave's perspective.
It certainly is every time, even that last inside 50 that led to a goal. That's a big goal too. The fact that it was 5 goals, they brought it back to 4-goal margin, and to be able to capitalise on that was a pretty good finish by Elbrecht. And as we said, they still have 7 goals on the board at half-time, so they have been able to convert when they have gone forward. Frolic, that was a great kick as well on debut for his first senior goal. And as you said, I mean, Roberts, I would probably do the same thing. I know, you get him one-on-one inside that forward 50. He's so hard to beat, and he has won most of those one-on-ones. The problem is he's just not getting enough of those, and he's not getting enough chances up forward. Really interested to see how this second half plays out. We'll go through some of the scores around the grounds this afternoon. Out at Premier Division at Zerby's Reserve, Baldwin, an undermanned Tigers outfit today have started very strongly. 8-4-52, Doncaster East 4-2-26. Roval, big second term for them against Berwick, 11-4-70 to Berwick 5-2-32. East Ringwood 14-5-89 to South Belgrave 5-3-33, doing it easy there. Blackburn against Noble Park, they lead 7-5-47 to 5-4-34 the Bulls. South Croydon and Vermont all tied here at halftime for 6-30 apiece. That is a big game for the Dogs, looking for their first win of the 2026 season. Moving into Division 1, Park Orchards lead by just the 12 points against Bayswater. Inaccurate, 4-10-34 to Bayswater, 3-4-22. Tigers lead the Eagles 8-7-55 to 7-1-43 down at Home Park Reserve. Wanturna South 6-6-42 to the Hawks 2-5-17. Montrose in a tight one over North Ringwood 8-4-52 to 8-1-49 there at half time. Mooroolbark lead Norwood by 17 points 7-8-50 to 5-3-33. In this division, Division 2, obviously the match of the round here between the Panthers and the Lions, but some other games interesting so far. Lilydale with a small lead over Heathmont at half-time. They're keeping in it, the Jets, are they, at the half-time break. 6-8-44 Lilydale, 4-3-27 Heathmont. Waverley Blues lead Ringwood 7-6-48 to 3-2-20. Croydon lead in Scoresby 10-6-66 to 6-2-38. The Magpies, Templestowe, a 15-point lead over the Rams, 5-5-35 to 3-2-20. In Division 3, the game of the round, Div 3, certainly is that Knox Basin game. And the Basin, 8-6-54 to the Falcons, 3 behinds. The Falcons, well and truly out of that one. That's a big surprise there. Upper Gully, 10-6-66 to Whitehorse, 2-3-15. Domvale doing it easy out at Wally 2, 14-8-92 to 3-8-26. Sylvan over Coldstream, 7-7-49 to 5-4-34. And then finally in Division 4, a couple of blowouts thus far. Bulleen Templestowe 17-12, 114 to Nuttawading 117. Out at Forest Hill Reserve, it is Doncaster currently leading 9-9-63 to 3-2-20. Churnside Park lead Croydon North Emlock 10-6-66 to the Kangaroos 4-6-30. And then Warrandyte currently lead Fair Park. The Lions haven't lost a game just yet. They trail by 3 points, 39-27 to 4-6-30. Before we bring back the call team and get the senior sides back on the ground currently at the moment, you've got the Glen Waverley Rover Juniors out at the half-time playing a scratch match out there. Great to see. But in terms of this contest, the Lions, they're coming into this game very undermanned. It's been well talked about this week that they've had a disastrous run of injuries, but they're in the game still, only 4 goals. Are they a chance from here?
Yeah, definitely. I think it really starts in the middle. If all you have is one quarter of Surrey Park just being off their game, and Mulgrave have clearly shown, especially in that first term, that they're good enough to be competitive and to keep it tight. I think also the scoreboard's going to play a big factor. Of course, it determines who wins the game, but being accurate in front of goal. So I think Mulgrave, although they can dominate for a quarter, they got to take their chances. They don't want to find themselves kicking 2 goals 4 in this quarter or 2 goals 5. It's got to be really, really strong in front of goal. But yeah, they're definitely a chance, no doubt about it.
Absolutely. Big second half to come at Mulgrave Reserve. We'll go to a break here. 10-11-71 to 7-5-47.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Mulgrave Reserve. Mulgrave taking on Surrey Park. And the Panthers, a big second quarter, puts them in front by 4 goals, 10-11-71 to 7-5-47. Mulgrave, as the two sides make their way back out on the field for the second half. Ryan Long, Josh Ward, Wayne Brasher and Brett Davidson both in the special comments chair. We've got Zach Sharp down on the boundary doing a fantastic job on debut. As we'll throw it to you, Brash, first. Thoughts in that second term? Was obviously a big quarter there for Surrey Park, and their stars of this side really got in control.
They did, and I think they exploited the fact that Mulgrave's weaknesses were going to be in the midfield, and they just the opening few minutes till some smart play by Smith and Dylan Williams, where they ran forward a couple of times and Mulgrave weren't awake to it, and they got the opening 2 goals. And I think from that moment onwards, it was basically Surrey Park's game to take control of, which they did. When they, as I said in the broadcast, when they dragged Mulgrave over to one side of the ground, their instinct is to go to the fat side, and their players are trained to have 3 or 4 on that fat side, and that's where the ball went, and it just created so much overlap, so many free players, but they just looked stronger, and I just think they just started to win more clearances in the centre, and it looked like it was a tsunami was going to hit. The way I'm seeing it now, I reckon they're 2 goals away from breaking this game open.
So, interesting move. Fletcher Roberts to the wing.
Very interesting indeed as the second half gets underway, and it's Tilliard the first clearance. Inside forward 50, Sutherland's out the back. Got the handball off to Lachlan Summers. Kick was smothered by Albrecht. He's had a decent game, Albrecht. Picks this ball up. Got it off to Varigianis. Inside 50 once again in the Andrews direction. Was spoiled by Lockie McDonald as we go down boundary side to Zach Sharp.
That's what I was going to say. Fletcher Roberts starting on the wing this second half. I think that's to deliberately stay behind the ball, maybe be an interceptor, kickstart things for Mulgrave from there.
He's it's Hardy playing as the loose currently.
Well, they've had nobody in that area to take a mark, so that's probably the reason why he's there.
Ball tossed back into play. Palmer dished the handball off to Williams. Chucked it on the boot. Headed in the Sardis direction. Went up against Deal, who did well. Roberts off the deck. Kicked it out of bounds for a boundary throw. As we'll have this ball tossed back into play about 50 metres out from Mulgrave's goals. A minute played, third quarter. 10-11-71, Surrey Park to Mulgrave 7-5-47. Half-time score that was, and it remains the same with Mulgrave in the attacking territory. As Carter won it down, will follow up his own work, try to put the don't argue, and it's going to be a boundary throw-in.
A minute and a half into this third term. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM or our Facebook and YouTube streams. Big clash here, of course, 1v3. Both sides have had fantastic starts to the season in Division 2 as the ball is brought back into play. Came off hands. Tilliard trying to burst through traffic and lost it. Run down this time by Paskowski. The free kick here for the Panthers on the half-back line. And he's going to send it long down the line as he points in that direction. Mundy out the back will fly for it. In front was Williams and Carter. Both had hands to it. Carter wrapped up. We'll get a ball up. So we'll see how this quarter will play out with Roberts making the move as well. Carter's tap down. Kick forward here by the Panthers in the direction of Telford. Sport from behind. That was well done there by Prosser. Back in towards the middle of the ground. He did well. He followed up his good work, spinning around, and ball comes back out though to Williams, who handballs it to Palmer. Palmer inside 50. Telford's in position. Sport from the side across the line. That time by Michael Ruskus. We'll get a boundary throw in. Inside 50 here for the Panthers. 71 plays 47. Well, the Panthers with 8 goals in that second term and really put the pressure here on the Lions going into this third term. They're deep inside their forward 50 at the moment. As we get the boundary throw in. Back into play. Tap down one by the Lions. Contraneo got the handball. Fallahay off the ground. You are kidding me. Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender.
That's nearly goal of the year. That has come from 35 metres, or 30 metres out at least, isn't it?
So, well done there. Just out of mid-air and just through about 10 players bouncing through for the goal. That is a fantastic finish.
The World Cup's coming up. Brendan Fallahay just made his audition for the World Cup there.
That's a messy goal if I've ever seen it.
Yeah.
We just had a pizza delivery order here too.
This is
just
the
quietly.
best thing. I'll be switching off for the next 25 minutes, boys. So
I wish I could, but we're back in the middle. Palmer won it down to Smith, who should be pinged for holding the ball. Not according to the umpire. Williams went in the Fallahay direction, who applied the tackle. He'd had 3 behinds up to that point, Brendan Fallahay, and then he comes up with that. As it's forward of centre for Surrey Park, still in the centre square of Mulgrave Reserve. It's Carter the tap down. Tilliard ran onto it and will gather this ball. Goes on the left, looking for with a donkey kick as the handball's turned over to Williams. Williams to Smith. On the far side wing, goes short to Fallahay. Has Contraneo calling for it short. Decides to go longer in the Hayden Telford direction. Knight was there. The spoil came in from Prosser. Contraneo roved it to Palmer. Palmer to Smith. Smith to Contraneo. Goes deeper inside forward 50. Mundy again was there. Was spoiled from behind. Sardis nearly picked it up. Fallahay again under a bit of pressure. Knight applied the pressure on Sarkisian.
good umpiring. That was really good umpiring. Then.
As we'll have this ball tossed up. Telford and Prosser. Telford outbodied Prosser and went down to Valanis. Valanis to Hardy, who's racked up the disposals this contest. Got it out wide to Oliver Munro, centre wing far side. Inboard back to Hardy. I don't know how many disposals he's had up to this point. He dished it off to Valanis, inside 50. Can elected to go with the spoil. Instead,
and that's the killer, isn't it? It's that kick that's really hurt them all day, Mulgrave. They just haven't been able to hit that target inside 50. That last kick has just not been good enough.
All about to be thrown back into play. Left half forward flank for Surrey Park, or Mulgrave, I should say. Right in front of the scoreboard, which reads Mulgrave 7-5-47 to Surrey Park 11-11-77, and we've lost that footy in the woods out here at Mulgrave Reserve as well.
Yeah, that ain't coming back, I wouldn't have thought.
No. So we might need a new footy
oh,
here.
No,
in fact, we've got it.
I think it's the neighbour.
About 50 metres out from Mulgrave's big sticks.
You're not choking on that, are you?
If only he had a headset on. As the Tilliard out the back of the stoppage. Goes inside 50. Roberts will be paid the mark in front of Woods. He's already kicked one, Fletcher Roberts. Hasn't had too much of an impact, but this for his second. And again, a much-needed goal for Mulgrave.
You better carry the broadcast. Ryan needs a gallon full of water here.
As Roberts comes in, snaps for goal and gets it through.
So they had to get that one, Dave.
They did, but you know what? I'm going to stand up for Roberts a little bit here. I thought when he was playing forward, I thought he was excellent in his ability to stop Surrey taking a mark down defence, and he brought the ball down the ground. He just didn't have enough help. I really like the idea of putting him up on the wing and create running backs. He's gone back to full forward. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe he's not fit enough to run the wing for 10 or 12 minutes at a time. But I really like the way they did that move.
Well, they've got to try something. They have to try something.
So Carter and Palmer back in the middle again. As the Lions get the clearance forward, that's 2 quick ones. They go towards the centre-half forward line. Sport from behind. They keep this alive. If they can get 2 quick ones, it's game on it once again. Ball comes back out. Quick kick from Yakub and finds a target. It's Manny Sarkisian, who'll certainly be in range from here. Tough angle, but a big chance of Mulgrave to get 2 in a minute.
Well, they've got to make... This is where they've got to make a stand here, Davo, because if they only hit the scoreboard now and take advantage of the opening minutes that they've got possession of the ball, it could make it difficult for the rest of the afternoon.
Yep, and Manny hasn't done enough today. He hasn't worked hard enough defensively, so he really needs to hit the scoreboard.
Well, this is his moment to bring the margin back to just 18 points. So Kissian comes in. Kick on its way is hit the post. So just a minor score. 8-6-54 Mulgrave, 11-11-77 Surrey. 8.5 minutes gone third term.
Nick Can likes to go to the far side of Mulgrave Reserve where he's got a player out in Chris Sardis. Didn't have any company, so he goes through the middle to Williams. Easily took the uncontested grab alongside Connor Tilliard. Goes with a lethal ball in the Garvin direction. Faked the handball to Sardis. Inside 50. Kick was smothered. Smith, tackling Smith as well. Contrinero got the handball out to Sardis, who goes for goal. Misses to the right, or it'll get through! Umpires will have a discussion. I think it is going to be paid a goal for Chris Sardis. And it is a great finish. His second of this afternoon's contest. And Surrey Park, they're out by, they're a bit out at the moment. 12-11-83, the Panthers to Mulgrave, 8-6-54. 9.5 minutes gone.
They keep answering all the calls here.
And look, and that was just, I'll be honest, that was poor defensive work from Mulgrave, because that ball transitioned from deep defence to forward line with nobody laying a tackle.
Back in the middle again. Palmer with the tap down. Smith with one hand gets the ball going forward, bouncing towards the half forward line. Picked up nicely. Handball forward from Mundy. Off the right boot, or left boot should I say, towards goal. Kept alive. Contrineo sprays it. And that was a opportunity miss for the Panthers. And that will move them to 12-84, 8-6-54 Mulgrave.
It's like those 2 shots have kicked Surrey into gear again, and they've just decided, well, hang on, let's wake up. It's not just going to happen. Let's work hard.
Yeah, that's right. As Hardy take the kick in here for the Lions, Mr. Mulgrave.
Wonder if I could challenge him.
I would say not, but you never know. As ball comes back out of defence here, Valanis. As they move this through Lease. And the other Valanis takes the mark on the chest. Tyler this time. Both have been involved quite a bit when Mulgrave have got something going. And they go towards the half-forward line. It's a poor kick, though, turned over to Surrey Park hands.
Dave, you notice that Mulgrave's natural instinct is to kick to the boundary
Monk's
line?
kick across goal has turned it over. And they're going to quickly move this forward. And they've mucked it up, have Mulgrave. They had a card up towards the boundary line. They had a potential shot on goal and decide to... I don't know who was open that they looked to make the pass to.
It was so poor a kick that you actually couldn't tell who he was kicking it to.
Bit of spray and pray.
Well, it gave probably Monks a bit of a free pass because it was a poor kick from Monks in the first place. Across goal, but still inside, forward 50 for the Lions. Palmer won the tap down. Can through traffic, kick out of defence, out of bounds on the full, and
I think we can also just quickly agree the pizzas provided by the club.
Spicy.
Oh, you got a spicy one.
I think that's why.
I think they were delicious. I'll buy from pizzapartyhire.com.au. Just
very nice
out the back here with their wood-fired oven.
Ferrero went inside forward 50. Sutherland's kick went to Contrinero, who handballed it off to Williams. Plenty of possessions and impactful possessions this game as well, as Knight applied the spoil. Mundy's there on the ground, dashing away, taking a bounce, can go for goal, Jasper Mundy!
That breaks your heart, those type of goals.
Brilliant finish from Jasper Mundy, and it's back out to 34 points, 13-11-80. In fact, it's out to 36 points. Surrey Park 13-12-90 to Mulgrave 8-6-54. Some good transition from Surrey Park as well.
And they've got to be careful here, Mulgrave. This could get pretty ugly pretty quickly if they, because I think they've still got a fair bit of time left in this quarter. It's only 12 and a half minutes in, so they've really got to grit and just work a little bit harder in the middle. The middle is just not working hard enough to create a secondary stoppage.
So we're back again. Palmer with the tap down. Laid the wrapped up this time.
Good. Now you can get a secondary stoppage, bring players in a little bit so you can crowd it up, create a third stoppage if you have to.
They have had opportunities this quarter as well, so they haven't been completely outplayed in this term, but Surrey Park have been able to stretch that margin out. 13 and a half minutes gone third term. 89 plays 54. This time Carter in the ruck, but it's Smith again through the midfield. His handball cut off Sarkisian. The Manny variety then, wrapped up. We'll get another ball up back in the middle of the ground. 35-point lead to the Panthers. Carter, tapped down. One here by the Lions. Around this ball, again Carter. Sarkisian involved. Handball from Varagianis was good. Off to the debutant in Frolic. Right boot misses. So just a minor score. That moves them to 8-7-55 to 13-12-90 Surrey Park.
That was better. Better work then.
Yeah, it was.
Worked a bit harder in tight.
35 points separating Surrey Park and Mulgrave as kick in from Cairn went to Garvin on the far side back pocket for the Panthers.
This pizza is very good. Just been choking on it, but
I've been
got a bit of spice to it.
I'll save that for the final quarter then.
That'll be gone by then.
Voldy inboard to Piskowski. Still in defensive 50 for the Panthers as he goes to the right half back flank. Angus Sutherland. So we go down to Zach Sharp on the boundary.
Any leftover pizza would be greatly appreciated.
I just somehow I knew it was what it was calling for.
The Sutherland's kick was turned over. Pereira handballed it over the top. Munro tried to find the inboard kick. Didn't. Instead it's Smith who handballed it off to Siasios. Goes to the right half forward flank where Sardis will fly. As will his Mulgrave opponent and Hardy. Mr. Mulgrave dashing away once again, getting the handball off. Pereira couldn't take clean possession. Valahay could, as could Jasper Mundy, who looks to go inside forward 50. Telford was there, flew. Roberts out the back, handballed it to Lees, who's out in the middle of Mulgrave reserve. Kick, find a target. And the mark taken by Noah Smith, who's had his moments today. Handballed it off to Varagianis, who kicked the goal for the Lions. And it reduces the deficit down to 29 points the margin. 9-7-61 Mulgrave to Surrey Park, 13-12-90. We've had 15 and a half minutes in this third quarter.
They still had to work hard though, Mulgrave, but they're hanging in there at the moment, just hanging in there.
And again, Roberts came up onto the wing, pushed himself back, got the key handball. It was a missed kick that got kicked into the middle, but it worked, and a nice finish.
I was about to say that. It's all set up from Roberts again. But that handball, it was quick. It hit its target, and it got him moving. And they're still, when you look at the scoreboard, they've still been able to put some goals on the board. 9-7 to 13-12. Back in the middle, it's Smith once again with the clearance here for the Panthers towards the far side of the ground. And the mark was dropped by Sartaz, but kept it in front of himself. Hardy there to compete with, and a free kick here being... Or in fact, it is a free kick.
It is a bit lucky, but he did work hard, I suppose.
So inside 50 for the Panthers, they go again. Lease is in front position for the Lions. Ball out the back now, under a bit of pressure on Mulgrave. Valahay, Gorn holding the ball.
That's the second time he's done.
And you could just see it coming, and that'll be not 25.
It should be.
It should have been,
That should be 25. You can't do that.
but as soon as you saw that he was in camera shot, Valahay's already had a couple of run-down tackles today. And has hit the scoreboard and passes it off a high kick. I'm not sure what the decision was for there. He was about 15 metres out on a slight angle, chose not to just take the set shot himself as Mundy tries to clean this one up for the Panthers. And a high kick towards the top of the square, almost a mark. Lees, handball forward for the Lions. Off the boot. That time by Oscar Knight. Is that goal number 4
It is.
for Knight?
Actually, the one thing I didn't like about that piece of play there, even though they rectified it and got a goal, I didn't like the arrogance of that play there by Falahay. Go for you had a shot on goal. You got to kick the goal, mate. Take ownership.
He probably did it to spite the umpire for not giving him the 25.
I think
he had enough.
I think he kicked the wrong side of the ball. I think he kicked the fat of the ball that side. That's goal of the day.
Well, that's a
that was a sensational goal. When you look at that again, that was a very, very clear, good kicker goal, that one.
There's the tap down won by the Lions. Siasios roved it, handballed it to Valanis. Valanis back to his teammate who went to centre half forward. Out the back is Sarkisian. Sarkisian handballed it off to Bartlett who turned it over. Siasios to Laidler who could be run down but got the kick away to James Monks. Centre wing broadcast side. Just looking to slow the tempo down. Had Peskowski as a handball option, but Frolic doing really well to keep him company. The kick isn't the greatest, and it's turned over to Tyler Valanis. Inboard he goes, searching for Carter, who didn't put in any effort. And forced the turnover did Tom Smith as he goes, searching for Nick Can. Far side wing. Will head in the Ben Palmer direction and flew up solo. Wheels onto his right, hits in the Laidler direction, took the grab. And Blake Laidler, from inside the centre square, he'll kick this from about 55 metres out. The former Sydney Swan listed player. Spent a season on the Swans list last year and come back to the Panthers and will look to add another goal on the board for them. Coming off 31 disposals last week, just kicked the 8 goals in 21 senior games. As trying to distract him on the mark is Sam Carter. Laidler comes in, makes a decent fist of it.
That is a good goal.
That's a great finish from Blake Laidler. And the Panthers are running away with this 15-12, 102 to Mulgrave 9-7, 61. Nearly into time on, 20 minutes gone.
Now, Carter's coming off the ground and he's probably having a rest. But in that situation then, he stood on the mark. He allowed Palmer, his opponent, to run down into the goal square by himself, and he's a ruckman. That's where he needed to get someone else on the mark, and he followed down. I mean, it's just simple things like that some of the Mulgrave players are not thinking about in the way they're playing their footy at the moment.
So Munro to move into the ruck for the Lions up against Palmer. Clearance was stolen away by Williams, who puts this ball in the direction here of Mundy. Just gets his hands off in time. Lions under a lot of pressure once again. Varagianis out of defence. Finds a target, Sarkisian. Held up here by Khan. Ken. Sarkisian inside 50. Kick's not a bad one, just overdid the target. Roberts out the back. Pushed aside this time by Woods, who's wrapped up in the tackle inside their back half.
Again, missed that target, didn't they? They missed that leading target.
David, and there also comes a time in a game of football when you're trailing, doesn't matter how hard you try, there's a sense of hopelessness of you getting back in the contest. I reckon that's where Mulgrave are at here.
Smith deep in defence this time. That's holding the ball, and the debutant will make the most of it. He gets his second frolic, and the Lions get their 10th. 10-7, 67 to 15-12, 102. And that time, Smith not going anywhere. Great tackle there by Valanis.
So I think, while Surrey have played really good football, I think their Achilles heel a little bit is still their back half. I know a lot of them work hard, but their Achilles heel a little bit is their back half, because even though they're winning easy, they've still allowed Mulgrave to kick a number of goals, and when it goes into the forward line, there's still a chance. Where Surrey are dominating is through the midfield. They've just got everything through the midfield.
We mentioned in the preseason if it was a shootout, they'd more often than not win, and it's a bit of a shootout here as Palmer won it down. Valanis ran onto it. Contrineo was there, but so was Ruskus. Got the handball off to Valanis. Got a quick handball away to Smith. Will be run down by Penry.
That's a great tackle.
That is from the former Northcote Park and Lilydale man. Goes to the far side wing where all by himself is Lockie McDonald. Goes inside forward 50. Telford on a lead. Lace out kick.
Now,
that's where they're absolutely mauling Mulgrave.
Yep. You can't stop that, though. No defender can stop that kick.
No.
And when it's to a guy like Telford who thrives on those lead-up hit-ups, he'll look to add his first goal on the board as well. He's only kicked the 8 goals this season as well, I'm pretty sure. Or 6 goals, says Telford, the former Blackburn man. Was Surrey's leading goal kicker last year. Knows how to find the big sticks as he comes in and misses to the right.
How many kicked last year? Because he was certainly a prominent...
I think it was 48, something like that. So, but that's a minor score, and it is Surrey Park. 15-13, 103 to Mulgrave, 10-7, 67.
Although he hasn't ended up on too many today, he has looked very lively and looks like he'll certainly hit the scoreboard as this is turned over. And now Chancellor Layla, his kick was smothered. Going without it, Ruskus. Spinning, doing perfectly. There was Garvin, just the kick wasn't good as the Lions out of defence. Trying to get this one, Valanis. Not sure what was happening there as they're playing with fire at the moment as they try and escape their back half. Almost a mark taken. Ball came through the hands of Sarkisian.
Very lucky to get that.
Certainly was. A free kick, though, going his way, and his kick forward's a terrible one. Turned over. Nick Can takes the mark for the Panthers, who've been quite impressive down back for the Panthers. Certainly had plenty of the footballers. Williams just holds things up here 24 minutes into this third term. Currently leading 103 to 67. Down the line it goes. And Joel Pereira wrapped up in the tackle. So, approaching the three-quarter time siren out here at Mulgrave Reserve. Smith goes up and gets a tap out. And it landed into the arms of James Monks there.
I love that, the Surrey Park.
Well, he'll... he's already got, I reckon, a fair few ranking points in Premier Data, Josh, and you know how much hit-outs are worth.
Yeah.
So,
and hit-outs to advantage, too.
He's really starting to...
There's Albrecht searching for Valanis. Short kick there from Philip Corso, of course, on Mulgrave debut, the former Doncaster East man. Valanis faked the handball, goes to the far side wing where Frolic has had a few possessions and kicked 2 goals as well to boot on senior debut as his kick is turned over to Dylan Williams. And he certainly will be racking up the Premier Data ranking points and the disposals as well as he got it to Garvin. Garvin to Fallahay. Fallahay to Monks. Monks to Palmer inside 50 where the kick should be cut off by Ruskus. It eventually is. A high free kick is found for Ruskus. So 25 and a quarter minutes gone. It's Surrey Park 15-14, 104 to Mulgrave 10-7, 67 as the kick went short to Nathan Deal. Only his 16th senior game, Deal, as he goes to the far side wing where the spoil was applied by Sutherland to Piskowski. Got a handball away to McDonald. Breaking away and taking a bounce. Going inside forward 50 where Telford's again on a lead. And a good mark taken from Hayden Telford, who kicked 48 goals last year to Telford, including finals as well.
Telford has shown me this afternoon that he really is a leading forward. He's not a stay-at-home forward when he's jumping up. He's better on the lead. He's got a really good 5 metres when he accelerates, and he hasn't hit the scoreboard, I don't think today, Josh, but this is his opportunity to kick a goal.
He hasn't. He's kicked 8 goals this season. Didn't kick a goal last weekend in Surrey Park's big victory over Heathmont. He gets that one. And Hayden Telford adds another for Surrey Park. They moved to 16-14, 110 to Mulgrave, 10-7, 67, 43 points the margin at the 26.5-minute mark of the third term.
So, Davo, for as good as effort that Mulgrave have thrown everything but the kitchen sink at Surrey Park, yet they still go down. They're still behind by even more than what they are at half time.
Yeah, look, and I think if you do look at it, I think this is probably the best game that Surrey Park have played. They've moved the ball better than they have at any stage. I really like the work of McDonald on the wing there. He's used the ball well. He's used his pace well.
Smith's kick went straight in the head, I think, of Fallahay there. That will certainly sting as Mulgrave trying to get this one back out of their defensive half. Ruska's handball back. They link up through Prosser. Out to Hardy. Back he goes again. Going back to Hardy. Picked off by Contraneo. And
well umpired because Contraneo's got a habit of dropping the knees very late to get the free kick, and they didn't get sucked into it that time.
Smart call.
Actually, I think the umpiring has been very well done today.
Yeah, I agree.
Tap forward here by the Panthers. No ruckman for the Lions. There's a kick out of defence by Ruskas for Mulgrave. Now Williams spinning around in traffic. His handball worked out okay as the boundary line meets the ball.
That would have been a model if you'd been able to take that. If he got the handball, would have been nice. His ability to pick the ball up at speed then and turn, he just missed the handball, was exceptional.
28 minutes gone in this third term. Panthers been very good. Palmer with the tap down, who's been fantastic himself. There's Williams again, inside 50. Just overdid the target. Telford was out the back. He's chasing this one. Deal off the ground. Smith, handball to Fallahay. If he can pick it up, he does. Handball in hope a little bit. Clearing kick here through Yakub. Back in towards the middle of the ground. Made a contest out of that, did Roberts. Got the handball back from Tilliard. Ends up with a footy again. Tilliard under a lot of pressure. And Palmer throws the ball forward. A long kick. Sport from behind. A high one there from Prosser. Fell into the hands of Contraneo. He's kicked towards goal. The line defender there just lost it. And that sums up probably everything going wrong for the Lions there. And unfortunately, Corso just lost that one and saw it across the line. We're 29 minutes gone in his third term. 110 plays 67, Surrey Park leading.
So 14 goals, or 13 goals in the last couple of quarters for Surrey Park. In fact, it is 14 goals they've kicked, which is pretty impressive from the Panthers after their performance last week. Sardis from the stoppage, snaps and misses.
He's been good.
He has been.
I've liked his work today, Sardis. His tackling has been excellent, and he set up a lot of good situations for him.
As Hardy goes out to Ruskas. Ruskas handballed it off to Tyler Valanis. Valanis back to Ruskas. Feeling the heat of Mulgrave. Despite not many Surrey Park players being around, Garvin affected the kick. Ramboldi was there, as was McDonald for the Panthers. Smith trying to break through. Can't, and we'll have the ball up.
Even when they've controlled the ball, Mulgrave, they consistently, their disposal has let them down. They keep turning the ball over.
Yeah.
It's just been... that's what it's been like for him this afternoon, Joshy.
And Surrey Park are certainly a great side off the turnover as Tilliard goes inside forward 50 and turned that ball over to Summers. Summers searched for McDonald with the handball.
He's been solid too, Summers.
He has been.
I like the work he's done down there.
Coming back into the lineup this weekend. Former old Carey and as Palmer again won the tap down to Varigianis, who's gone quiet since that first term. Riley Valanis, high up and under ball inside 50. Roberts was there, spoiled by Woods. Frolic on the ground. Can't get a handball away. Some good pressure from James Monks. That'll be a boundary throw-in.
You know, you can take a bit away from young Frolic, his first game, and I think you take something away from that and think, well done. You know, you've got a little bit to add to us and give to us.
Boundary throw in here. Carter in front position. The tap down was one, but it was all Panthers numbers out of this. Contraneo has been very, very good. Kicks for a one-on-one. Socket off the ground towards us on the broadcast side. Who's going to get there first? It'll be the Panthers. What a clean pickup from Knight. Knight. Oh, that would have been an unbelievable finish if he finished with a goal there too. But a bit of push and shove off the ball.
I tell you what, the Surrey Park bench are getting all excited, and it was their bloke who was doing stuff. I'm thinking,
How about the pickup from Knight there?
Just absolutely class. He is going to be a super player, this kid.
Oh, geez. Yeah, very, very good. So we're going to get a kick in here for the Lions. 16-16, 112 to 10, 7-67. Mr. Mulgrave sending it on to the far side. Hardy, as the siren sounds, Carter flew for that one. And it is a commanding lead for the Panthers at three-quarter time. 16-16, 112 to Mulgrave, 10-7-67. We've got one more quarter to play out here at Mulgrave Reserve in the Eastland Match of the round. We'll take a break and be back to hear from James Kenworthy and the final quarter of action.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel, so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Mulgrave Reserve, Surrey Park, 16-16, 112 leading the Lions, 10-7-67. Josh Ward, some scores around the grounds from you here from James Kenworthy.
And we'll start with Premier. It is Baldwin who almost look home against Doncaster East. 15-7-97 to Doncaster East, 9-4-58, 9 minutes gone in the last quarter there. Roval lead Berwick, 16-7-103 to the Wickers, 9-6-60. South Belgrave, 6-7-43, Trail East Ringwood, 19-11-125. Blackburn now get a decent buffer over Noble Park, 12-7-79 to the Bulls, 8-8-56. And South Croydon lead by one straight kick over Vermont, 8-10-58 to the Eagles, 7-10-52 in a close contest out there at Cheong Park. Division 1 and Park Orchards lead 62-36 over Bayswater. Mitcham, 69 lead Beaconsfield, 51. Wantirna South hold an 11-point lead over Baronia, 11-8-74 to the Hawks, 9-9-63. A 3-point lead for North Ringwood, who have kicked very straight, 13-3-81 to Montrose, 12-6-78, and Moorbark lead Norwood 79-52 in that contest out at Mullen Reserve. Division 2, Scoresby making a decent fist of it against Croydon, but they still trail by 22 points, 87-65. East Burwood making a fist of it as well against Templestowe, 51-62. Lilydale have run over the top of Heathmont, 89-40 out there at the LSO, and the fourth quarter has just started. And Waverley Blues, 68. Lead Ringwood 45. Division 3, we don't have an update from Coldstream and Sylvan. Donvale 138, lead Ferntree Gully 64. The Basin 76, lead Knox 29, and Upper Ferntree Gully are piling on the pain for the White Horse Pioneers. 101-35 in that game out of Kings Park. And we'll drop our way down into Division 4. And it is Churnside Park 96, leading Croydon North Mlock 56. Doncaster on track for their first victory since rejoining the AFNL, 99 to Forest Hill 41. Warrandyte a 1 point lead over Fair Park, 60-59. And it is Bulleen Templestowe 187, leading Nunawading just 7 in that contest out of Tedajani reservers. Hopefully we'll be able to get James Kenworthy. I can see Zach Sharp circling around, the coach of the Surrey Park Panthers, who have performed really well in today's contest, and hopefully we'll be able to get an interview with him shortly, of course, the former playing coach, and we will go down to the boundary with Zach Sharp, who's with James Kenworthy.
James Kenworthy, 6 goals to 3 that quarter. It's probably put the game to bed. What would you like to see in the last term?
Yeah, we don't just want to go real defensive and just particularly, we still want to play our natural game and actually go after the game and not essentially give him a chance to come back.
And Samuel Hart went down injured earlier in the game. How's he coping with was it the left hamstring?
Yeah, it looks to be a left hamstring, so obviously pretty unfortunate for him. But yeah, we're covering quite well without him, and yeah, he's obviously a talented footballer, and we're hopefully it's not too long of an injury.
Awesome. Go well for the last quarter.
Cheers, thank you.
Well, I mean, look, I just look at, you can understand why James is, not. Look, he's concerned about his star player, but he sort of knows that, he has got some depth to cover a player like Sam Hart too. It's always a comforting thought, isn't it, Davo?
It is, and I think that's where they've shown they're probably a bit better and a bit further ahead of what Mulgrave are at the moment. Mulgrave have got significant players out, but they haven't been able to cover them.
No.
And Surrey have still got some very good players out of their side, so they're doing extremely well today.
So back in the middle we go for the last quarter. Palmer with the tap down, but it's Carter here to get this one out of the middle. He's handball off to Varagianis, and they link up through a teammate there in Hardy on the far side, and the mark's taken by Roberts, and looks to kick this one inbound and find a teammate, this time in Bartlett, with a better angle from him. Oscar Bartlett.
Had his moments today, Oscar.
Yeah, he's kicked one. So looking for goal number 2 and looking for the 11th for Mulgrave. And as we said, they have managed to hit the scoreboard. It's not like they've struggled in that area today. So there are some positives out of this side and out of this performance.
And if he kicks his second, then he's kicked 2 and he's only played a number of...
Here's a kick on this way. It's to the right, so minor score. That moves Mulgrave to 10-8-68. Surrey Park 16-16, 112.
I think Freelich and Andrews for Mulgrave, 2 young guys. I think they'll get some great experience out of all that, out of what's happened this afternoon.
They sure would have, as Surrey Park have advanced this to the broadcast side wing. Sardis, short kick to Lockie McDonald, who's impressed.
Yep, I like him.
Particularly with, as you mentioned, his delivery, hitting up guys like Hayden Telford as he goes to the right half forward flank where Telford is, as is Ben Palmer. Will go get to Telford, who couldn't take clean possession. Prosser, Tilliard, Jakub with a short kick, which is turned over to Palmer. Ball went higher than it did further, affected the spoil, but went straight down the throat of Prosser, whose kick will be intercepted by Can. Turned it over to Andrews. Got it back from Valanis, did Noah Andrews, and got a handball away.
So what happens is that Surrey have played a very good game in that they've waited for the handball to be in the air before they've come forward. And that's really made it difficult for Mulgrave to get the ball out.
Palmer won that tap down. Sutherland will run onto it, applies the pressure, get a handball away to Laidler. Goes to Palmer out the back, to true centre half forward, he heads. Intercept mark taken by the Lions.
So, the Lions now out of defence. Valanis uses the handball, under a bit of pressure. Now Riley Valanis, trapped on the boundary line, dodging past traffic and gets the ball moving forward. just on the outside of the forward 50. Spoiled across the line. Well done there by Woods. So 2.5 minutes into this last quarter. 68 plays, 112. Surrey Park leading. Of course, they trailed at quarter time, and since then they've had 2 big scoring quarters. There's the ball brought back into play. Palmer with the big fist. Smith wrapped up by 3 Lions. Great tackle that time by Garvin.
Good umpiring. That was, no chance of getting rid of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Right in front of the Surrey Park bench, who, of course, we're trying to put some pressure on. But great call as we get the ball up. Palmer and Carter. This time Carter wins out. Smith involved in the middle. And a free kick going the way of Tom Smith, who's been outstanding this afternoon, as a short chip backwards to Nick Can.
Tom Smith of old today.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Can.
Well,
finds a target.
He's had a tag in young Noah Smith, who's playing his 17th game. He's going to learn a heck of a lot by playing on such a really good player like Tom.
Oh, well, that's certainly right. As this kick down the line, who's going to fly for this one? Sport from behind. Carter. They're off the Tilliard to Valanis, and back they go. Now through Deal. Varagianis switches this play. Just got to take the game on at all opportunities at now. The quick handball there from Jakob. Under a lot of pressure. He'll receive it again from his teammate. Has to go back, and they do. Varagianis switches it back to the other side. Valanis has his brother as the short option, and will hit him up. And he's got plenty of space, so he can take a bounce, can take a couple if he chooses to. He will. Right on the boundary line towards that same spot in the half-forward line. Sport from behind by Ramboldi. Kept alive here by the Lions. Still a chance of Bartlett. Inside 50. Great kick. It came off hands. No, it's a mark. And Jason Yaku, the late inclusion, has a chance to put through his first of the afternoon.
He may be a fraction lucky to get that. It only came off 2 pairs of hands. So, but the reality is he got himself in the right spot. And again, a really nice little bit of play from Oscar Bartlett.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've got to take all these little moments as a learning curve. The much more inexperienced Mulgrave side out here today. As Yakub will come in looking for his first of the day. It has missed to the left, so just a minor score. 10-9-69 Mulgrave, 16-16, 1-12 Surrey Park. 5 minutes gone, final term. And a close one out at Cheon Park. The Eagles back in front by a point.
Keep an eye on those scores, and we'll bring you those some of those scores at the close of play out here at Mulgrave Reserve. As Can searched for Valahay, who nearly took a chest grab. Lease came in from behind. Mundy got it out to McDonald. McDonald's handball was an errant one to Carter, who was held without it. And it is Sam Carter right in front of us in the Surrey Park coach's box. That will look to send them inside forward 50. Not too sure what he was looking for there, as his kick in the end was a good one to Tilliard.
I tell you what, this bloke works so hard. All day he's worked so hard.
He goes searching for Roberts. Woods came flying in, couldn't complete affect the contest there. Hardy's happy to tap that over. Again, I do wonder how many touches Alex Hardy's had today.
He's had a lot of the
footy. Kick in, so there's 16.
I'm actually wondering how educated the Surrey Park supporters are, Josh.
I'm going to keep my mouth shut on that particular run. There's Ben Palmer and Ollie Munro will go up in this ruck contest. Palmer from behind, won it down to Laidler. Chucked it on the boot, still got it to centre wing, but the great grab taken by Ollie Munro, or Sam Carter, I should say. Goes short. He's fought hard today, has Carter.
Yeah, he's tried hard, Josh.
As the kick goes inside 50, Roberts with the strong grab.
So was Roberts. When he's had the delivery in his direction, he's been fantastic.
I agree. I think he's played quite a good game of football, and they just haven't been able to be clean enough to get the ball into that area well enough. So, again, look at Varagianis this last quarter. He's had about 4 possessions. I mean, beautiful possessions. They just can't get the ball into his hands enough.
Roberts comes in. Roberts goals. That's his third of this afternoon's contest. And moves Mulgrave to 11-9-75 Surrey Park, 16-16, 112, 7.5 minutes played, final quarter.
With Mulgrave, one of the hardest things for me is when they're beaten and they need to make positional changes, they never seem to be able to get Fletcher Roberts in the game, right, to have an impact. You know, it almost seems like he's always plugging a hole. He's not the difference maker.
Yep.
So back in the middle we go again. Good start in this last term for the Lions. Varagianis off to Valanis, running into trouble. Handballed it backwards. They've turned this over. No, they haven't. Valanis ends up with the footy back to Varagianis as they move this through Smith. Just a handball game at the moment. Just trying to get out of a bit of trouble and get some space. I'll switch this now to Mr. Mulgrave himself, who gets a handball to the runner coming past down the middle of the ground. The handball from Pereira. He'll receive it again. Not bad movement here from the Lions. They'll go in the direction of Roberts once again. He's got front position. Woods did well that time, got the spoil. And now they've got some numbers out the back. Seeing it over, walking across the line that time, James Monks. But back inside the Lions, forward 50, 11-9-75 to 16-16, 112. We'll keep you updated on some of the key games around the grounds. It looks like Vermont are going to give another loss to South Croydon. They're now 13 points in front of the Dogs out at Cheong.
So where's that ball movement been? That was really good ball movement then. And where's it been all day?
Well, I think Surrey Park have probably been a little bit flat coming out in this last quarter. I think that might be why. Valanis in towards the hot spot. Roberts got 2 to beat. Down at ground level. The handball forward to Tilliard. Tilliard goes back. Now through the hands of Bartlett. Out to Varagianis, who puts a long kick towards goal and misses to the left. So 11-10-76 Mulgrave, 16-16, 112 Surrey Park. And the Lions been good in this last 9 minutes, but only the one goal.
Yeah, but they've got to get something out of the game, Dave Mulgrave, to hang their hat on.
Yeah, I agree.
They can't afford to get rissoled by 50, 60 points.
Williams goes searching for Jasper Mundy at the right half forward flank. Telford came flying in. It falls out the back to Mundy, who got a handball away, but it's in favour of the Lions. Carter got it to Smith. Smith to Sarkisian. Sarkisian to forward 50, where Ramboldi easily cuts it off.
That was a really poor kick. He had plenty of time to put that in the right spot, and Fletcher Roberts had made a good lead.
Spiskowski goes short to Laidler. Plenty of possessions for Blake Laidler today. Fake the handball in the end to Piskowski. Called to play on. So goes to centre wing far side where Mundy is.
He's more of an accumulator, isn't he, Laidler?
Yeah,
he doesn't dominate with his possessions, but he accumulates lots of them.
The one thing is, too, both Laidler and Dylan Williams, they're even though they haven't had as much of the ball, their possessions have been worth more than really a total of some of the Mulgrave players.
Yes, Mulgrave now have possession of the footy. They go to the broadcast side wing where it's cut off by Cairn. Threw it on the boot. Mulgrave should have the numbers. Riley Valanis under pressure from Garvin. Valahay was there.
And it's like if Laidler's had 8 possessions and he's got a conversion rate of 100, and the person downfield's got an assist or for a goal, well, his value is worth more for his 8 possessions than someone's 18.
As Palmer won the tap down, the clearance, and Siasios goes inside 50. Telford forced the contest. Smith becomes the tackler on Proza. Ruskis looked like he tackled his own teammate there, Ruskis in Leeds. And we'll have a ball up directly in front of the big sticks for Surrey Park. We haven't kicked a goal this final quarter, but as mentioned, have kicked 14 goals in the second and third terms as Telford won it down. Tried to get a donkey kick off the deck. Valahay.
Oh, that's nice.
No.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
It's still paid a high, and Renan Valahay can go back and kick his second goal after he kicked that ripper first goal for himself, and we'll look to go back and re-extend Surrey Park's advantage. Make out to 7 straight kicks.
But I mean, Valahay, when you look at the Surrey squad over the years, he's been a fantastic servant.
As he comes in directly in front and gets it through. And he went with the... I think we've seen that with Richmond play.
What's that?
I think it's the... Seth Campbell, the phone ring and the hang-up celebration.
Well, is that what it is?
No, he went the phone and then put it down, so... Interesting choice of celebration there from Brendan
I
Fowler.
think he was sending a message to the Mulgrave crowd just quietly.
All on the utes out in the
Yes.
pocket where they usually set up, but didn't like the free kick. But that's okay, as we're back in the middle. 1 goal apiece in this last quarter. Clearance forward for the Panthers. Ruskas gets his hands off in time. Here's Tilliard. They go back. Varigianis. Forward they go here for Mulgrave. Bouncing ball. Plenty of numbers here for the Panthers, including Dill Williams, who's been outstanding today. Off the left boot forward. Oh, big fly there from Telford. Ball hits the deck. Lions now with plenty of numbers themselves. The handball from Ruskas. Back to Valanis. Back they go again. And this time, Proza punched across the line. And let's go down to the boundary with Zach Sharp.
Injury concern here for Surrey Park. It looks like Dante Contreneur has popped his right shoulder out. It is the one that's strapped as well. He's just walking from the ground now. Not what you want from the Panthers in this last quarter.
No, it's not. And that does certainly look like that would hurt.
And if that is the case, and it does look it with the bulge you can see, him and Hart out, they're 2 big losses for next week's game.
Yeah.
Well, they've got a big game. They play Lilydale, who are in good form themselves. As the Lions skipper in Tilliard wins himself a free kick and is told just to get back in his position.
Well, speaking of the Falcons, they lead by 49 points over Heathmont.
Been very good. Lilydale inside 50, sport from behind. That done by Cam. Sarkisian. Handball's back. Just dropped there by his Lions teammate. So they put this towards the hot spot and just no one there. It's marked by Woods.
He's done well.
He
Woods.
has. 2-time rating best and fairest winner for Surrey Park.
Hasn't done much wrong.
Certainly hasn't, as he goes to the left half back flank for the Panthers, where Falahay is, up against 3 Mulgrave opponents. The kick went inside 50. Couldn't take clean possession there, could Andrews. It's Piskowski who does. Handballed it off to Lachlan Summers. Summers back to Piskowski. Chipped it over the top, searching for Mundy again with the sticky hands.
This bloke he's everywhere.
It's
been impressive, hasn't he?
Absolutely everywhere.
He certainly got something, has Jasper Mundy, as does this man, Ben Palmer, centre wing, far side, inboard to Monks, who's had his moments today, the former Doncaster man. Will go inside 50, where Williams is all by himself. Just as easy as that for Surrey Park.
And I think this is where they've got a bit of an advantage in the whole competition, is that they've got some really nice marking options across the half-forward area. Like Monks and Mundy are really nice marks. Telford, when he's on, is a good mark up forward.
Their 6 forwards, Dave, are capable of taking a grab.
Yep.
Williams. Bit of an angle to encounter, but from around about 45 metres out. In fact, it's outside the arc.
Oh, what a kick that
Nails it!
That's an awesome kick.
I think if you look at the 4 goals that he's kicked, the
Haven't been easy.
The umpire had to move the furthest in that one, and he moved about a metre.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it gone straight over his head. He's really kicked the ball beautifully.
That is pure class.
As a Dennis committee would say, it's centimetre perfect.
Yep.
So 4 goals, had plenty of the football as well through the midfield. He's been one of the standout players for Surrey Park, and it's their leaders who, have all probably played their best game of the season. When you look at it, Smith certainly, Jasper Mundy's been fantastic. More of their older players have been really good. There he is on cue, Smith, out of the middle. Inside 50, they go again. This time it's intercepted by Lease, who plays this on almost immediately, looking for Hardy. He's got a one-on-one this time. Doing quite well there for the Panthers was Garvin.
Besides Tilliard, I actually reckon Lease has been in their best 3 in the back line. He hasn't had much help.
No, he hasn't.
Yeah.
He's had a few intercept marks this afternoon. Of course, when you look at it, those guys that came out of the side this week for the Lions,
they hurt.
Yeah, it's probably an unfair. We're judging Mulgrave on a very undermanned side.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
They're massive losses. Around the grounds, it's a close game at Quamby Reserve. 14-3-87 North Ringwood to the D's, 13-6-84. 10 minutes gone, final quarter there.
There's a few blowouts in Premier today.
Yeah.
Yeah, Premier, it's been pretty one-sided as Hardy. keeps this alive. Wrapped up in the tackles. The sting is really out of this game now. 18 minutes gone in this final term. Lions are pushing back late, but too little too late. Doncaster East against Baldwin. That's a big loss.
Yep. East Ringwood 90 points up over.
Overall 67 points up over Berwick as well.
Still another good learning lesson there for Berwick.
So tap down one by Palmer. Ends up with a footy as it taps back towards him. Shot on goal is wide and too wide for Laidler. That's out of bounds on the full. Oh, could be off hands, so we'll get a boundary throw and still inside Surrey Park's forward 50.
Vermont could be in the top 5 tonight.
Well, they've won.
I think they will be.
They've won by 13 points in the end over the Bulldogs.
Gee, that's an early finish.
4 on the road, Brash.
11-11-77 Vermont to South Croydon 19-64. It's somewhat of an early finish. This game is going pretty late. 18 minutes gone, and Carter won the tap down. Williams tapped it, but in favour of the line to a press to their defensive goal line. They still work it out through hands. Hardy can't keep it in play. And we have a final score from Walker Reserve. Wanturna South 4-point victors over Boronia. 12-10-82 to Boronia 78, 11-12, 78. So a good contest there in the first time. Matt Clark's gone up against Wanturna South as well.
Yeah, it is.
Well, ball toss back into play. Palmer won it down to Smith. Valahay almost chucked it, still got away with it. He gets this ball back, went to McDonald to Williams, dancing his way out of trouble, getting the handball away, searching for Garvin. Instead it's Siasios, got it to Sutherland to Garvin.
See, once again.
And Monks is that outlet, or that loose man. He'll look to go long and deep inside forward 50, where Sardis is, couldn't force the contest, Lease on the ground. They'll eventually get this to their teammate through Valanis as the kick goes out of bounds on the full, and it is Lockie McDonald right our forward flank, right in front of the Mulgrave coach's box. I think he might be getting some words of wisdom there from Matty Richards there.
Well, he might be doing some Craig McRae work.
There's McDonald, 50 metres out, will send it to the hot spot, the fly, Telford will be paid the grab.
Yep, that was definitely a grab.
Oh,
won't
no,
be.
he hasn't. Yeah.
There was a lot of hands there. It would have been benefit of the doubt if he did pay it, but
it's good effort from Telford in a big pack.
Only 2 points still at Quamby.
As Palmer won it down, Smith to Sardis, snap, goal.
same result.
Sardis has a third, and Surrey Park, well, into time on. They're 19-16, 130 to Mulgrave, 11-10-76.
I really liked his game today, Sardis.
Yeah,
he's been very good.
He's played defensively before pretty much this year. He played a bit of forward last year as well. But now we're starting to reap the rewards as somewhat of a permanent forward today. Is 93-85 North Ringwood lead over Montrose, Ryan.
Yeah, down there at Quamby. So
that means that Montrose still haven't beaten anyone of note.
Yeah.
I'd say the Boronia win is...
Is that a message to Blake, is it? Do you think?
It's a message to Blake from Ray.
As we're back in the middle, Palmer with the tap down. Varagianis, handball just into a bit of space. Carter picked it up. Carter forward to a teammate. They'll move this on quickly. Varagianis go for a home from here. He does, and he misses to the right. 11-11, 77 to 19.
Getting back to Sardis, I reckon if you look at his stats, I reckon his disposal efficiency's probably been nearly 100%.
Kim went to the broadcast side. Telford's out the back. Boots a ball in the middle of Mulgrave Reserve. Penry couldn't complete the grab. Tilliard was there under pressure from his own teammate. Has to become the tackler on Valahay. Forced the fumble and got the possession to Phil Corso, whose ball bounces in favour of his teammate. Munro again couldn't take possession. Skowski locked up. We have a final score from Zerby's Reserve. It is Baldwin 18-10, 118 to Doncaster East. 14-5-89, so another missed opportunity for Doncaster East this weekend out at Zerby's Reserve. We'll keep you updated with some of those final scores throughout this final quarter as Siasios comes the tackler. Still gets to Tilliard. Tilliard found his teammate who went inside forward 50. Sarkisian tapped it forward to Munro, who was up against two. McDonald spilt it. Frolic spilt it to Rambaldi, who went to this broadcast side wing. Mundy competed, couldn't complete the grab in front of Pereira. Breaks away and Pereira runs into his own teammate, which is concerning for the Lions. Mundy inside 50 in the meanwhile. Out the back is Laidler, who can go for goal. And add another on the board for the Panthers. That is not something you like to see as well, centre wing. Those two players are still on their haunches as well. 2016, 136, Surrey Park to Mulgrave, 11-11, 77, 22 and a half minutes gone, final term.
Oh, jeepers, I wouldn't want to be showing that on camera too often. I won't say what I saw.
That's 2 goals down.
I've missed what you saw.
I've missed it.
Josh knows what I'm talking about.
Well, leave that for now anyway. But 11-11, 77 to 20 goals, 16, 136. Big score here for the Panthers. This be their highest score of the season, Josh?
I think it probably would be, actually.
I'll let you know in a sec.
So, Palmer, who's been very good, taps it down to Smith, who's been electric. This time going nowhere. 23 and a half minutes gone.
Yeah, it is their highest score. They kicked their highest score in round 1 against Waverley Blues up until this weekend.
So I think out of this game, of course, I don't know if we learned too much about Mulgrave either way, but for the Panthers, this is probably a sign of when they get going like this, as they get this through. Sartaz, who puts through another one. He's missed to the left this time. 137 to 77.
Look, I'm not going to judge Mulgrave on this performance this afternoon when I'm looking forward, because I've got to take into consideration they're undermanned today, and they've been beaten by a much better side, much better structured side.
Yeah, a lot of experience in this Surrey Park lineup, as we said. Have all played well today. Off the ground, Hardy copped one high.
And I think that's the difference. If you look at it, I've looked through the list, and there's not too many players for Surrey Park that I could say have had a down day.
No.
Sutherland's been a bit quiet. Penry's been a bit quiet. But they're not that they've played poorly. And you go through Mulgrave's team, and there's 8 players that I've not seen too much of.
Yep.
And that makes up a bit of a difference as well.
Inside 50, out the back, Summers, he's clearing kick. Mundy again, he just finds a bit of space and kicks into his teammate in the back of his head.
That's happened
twice for the Panthers. Tilliard wrapped up in the tackle in the middle of the ground.
The other thing, Davo, that 17 points of Surrey is at least half of that's a result of the defence.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
and most of that would have come in the first half. They've kicked, I think, about 10 goals, 6 in this second half as the kick went inside forward 50. Sardis couldn't reel it in. Lease does. Notice the half-back flank on this broadcast side. Albrecht manages to keep it in play in front of Garvin. But his own teammate, Yakub, tried to keep it in play. Zach Sharp, another touch.
no, oh, here we go. And disposal, there it is.
Great possession there, Zach. Already making an immediate impact on debut.
Do you Supercoach points for that one? 50?
I was just hoping he didn't kick the microphone for a moment there.
Ball toss back into play. Munro won it down. And the clearance for the Lions. Varigianis put the don't argue on Laidler. Got it to Yakub, and we'll get this ball back. Laidler in turn applied the heat on Varigianis and Yakub. We got a final score as well from Home Park. Mitcham 11-11-77 have defeated Beaconsfield 9-5-59 as once again.
Here's one for you, Josh. Fair Park first loss of the season. Warrandyte 21-point winners over the Lions.
Ooh.
And Doncaster look like they've won 138 to Forest Hill 55. So great to see the Sharks get their first victory since returning.
I think that does look like they've won it.
I think that is confirmed.
Yeah.
Doubts assuaged.
Also up. Tapped down by Munro to Penry, who's locked up.
If I look at Doncaster and I go Manny Sarkisian, Nathan Deal, Joel Pereira, Evan Sarkisian, Griffin James, Oliver Munro, Michael Ruskas, Phil Corso, and Matty Albrecht.
Yep.
They haven't had...
Griffin James, to his defence, was laid out.
So, you know...
Yeah, you're right.
They haven't had much of an influence, and not that you expect them to be good, but they just haven't really contributed enough compare with Surrey, and that's where the coach of Surrey will be really happy because he's had a complete. Everybody on their group basically has had some decent influence on the game.
Yeah, they have. There's this big lead out here at Mulgrave Reserve, pretty close to the final siren. Ball going nowhere.
Well, Donvale are enjoying a big lead at Ferntree Gully.
A big or a normal lead for them?
Guess what? And Donvale wins again.
209 to 70.
Telford out of the ruck. Williams a high kick. Not going to be marked. Lions with plenty of players around this. Varigiana's got the handball off in time. Bartlett off the deal. Over the top of that one, they get the handball out. Now getting through traffic, McDonald, another good play. Flies under the radar a little bit, but been very impressive. Played a role well. Tilliard, they link up through the handball game. Lees, his kick bouncing, turned over. Back the other way now. Sartez again for the Panthers. His kick intercepted by the Lions. As we're pretty close to that final siren out here at Mulgrave Reserve. Smith with the spoil. He's done absolutely everything today. He'll receive the handball again and go long towards the top of the square, bouncing across the line for a minor score.
I did not even see him in that play until his fist went into... What a magnificent defensive effort it was. Like at this time of the quarter, he could quite easily let that bloke take the mark.
And there is your siren. A big win here for the Panthers as they remain on top of the Division 2 ladder. 20 goals, 18, 138 to 11-11, 77 Mulgrave. A big result for Surrey Park. They were fantastic. Of course, there are now two games clear of Mulgrave on top of the ladder. Templestowe will still be a game behind them, assuming they've won today.
Well, we'll check that score now. It's a 1-point game.
Wow.
At East Burwood Reserve. In fact, that is a full-time. Templestowe 12-11-83 have defeated East Burwood 13-4-82. So, not a, maybe we underestimated East Burwood.
We've underestimated sides, overestimated others. So you can't get a read on this division.
Templestowe have dropped off the last month.
Well, there's a player that's not playing for him that's pretty important. His name's Mitchener.
Yeah. Doesn't help, and New Yashwin as well. But a great victory for the Panthers out here at Mulgrave Reserve. Their second victory out here at Mulgrave Reserve as well. Having won here last year as Zach Sharp is circling for an interview as well. We'll hopefully get someone like Dill Williams. I'd say Tom Smith, but I don't know how we...
don't get Smith.
He's not the...
Josh, you should know, we did the orientation.
Yeah. It wouldn't be the greatest option, Tom Smith. But
he didn't even want to participate in the...
He's certainly a lot better of a footy player than he is.
He certainly is. Well,
I'd rather let his footy do the talking rather than him talk.
Well, it looks like he does have the Surrey Park skipper Dill Williams alongside him. So
he's gone to Tom Smith.
He's gone to Tom Smith. Let's see how this goes, Zach. Take it away.
Tom, you had a great game today. Got a really big win against another top 4 side. It must feel pretty nice.
Yeah, no, it was a really good win. Proud of the boys. Did really well. Fought all day and didn't stop going all day. It's good stuff.
Your game, personally, dominating throughout the middle. Is there an element of your game you want to take to the next level now?
Yeah, just trying my defensive work lately, and just on the move and kicking. Yeah, that's about it.
I won't keep you long. You've got another top 4 side next week, Lilydale, away back at home for you guys. Looking forward to that matchup.
Yeah, bloody oath. They've been in some good form from what they had last year to right now. It's pretty impressive, so it should be a good crack.
Good on you, mate. Well done, and congratulations on the win.
Thanks there to Zach Sharp and Tom Smith. To Smith's credit, he did speak okay. I remember the one time we interviewed him out. He was better than the time we interviewed him after, I think it was Surrey Park's win against Knox.
If their own players set him up all the time.
Yeah, I saw Dill Williams. I
was going to say,
but great performance by the big names, and when we're going to go a break shortly, so when we're back we will start to discuss the votes. There are going to be a lot of Surrey Park players that are in contention for the Cryo Stay Young Eastland Best On Ground Award, including Tom Smith, who had his best game of the season today. Can't wait to get stuck into that. We've also got the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day Award. Plenty contenders to that as well, particularly those Surrey Park players. They put on 20 goals this afternoon as they come off the ground. We'll try and see if we can get the song thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals Celebrating Lives.
Oh, poor Zach, he literally just walked to the
about
van.
to walk this way. Lucky he had his headset,
and you've
his headset on.
literally...
But they've got to be very pleased with the way they're going. I think, and Josh will throw this guy under the bus again a little bit. Blake Tennant during the week said they haven't been hitting their straps, and maybe he's right. And
yeah,
they haven't been going that well. Well, they were on top of the ladder and just lost the one game and hadn't played their best footy. Well, today that was, I think, what is their best.
And speaking to a couple of people in the rooms at half time, they said that was the best second quarter they played all year as well. It was the best quarter, and no doubt the third and patches of the fourth. Mulgrave got on top, yes, but they still performed pretty well in the end. And I think after quarter time, 17 goals, and Mulgrave kicked the 8. So, again, they know how to pile on the scores as they're filtering their way into the rooms as well. We hopefully should be able to get the song.
Well, they really did flick the switch in that second quarter. It was almost like James Kenworthy put it on them at quarter time, and they just went up another notch, Dave.
Oh, they certainly did. And look, and I think it was, as I said, team effort.
As we go down to the song.
A big win to the Surrey Park Football Club thanks to the song Tobin Brothers Funerals Celebrating Lives. We're going to go to our last ad break here, and then when we're back, we'll wrap up all the scores around the grounds and give out our Best On Ground awards. The Eastland Match around Surrey Park 2018 138 to Mulgrave 11-11 77.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds even in winter absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round. Surrey Park big winners out here at Mulgrave Reserve, 138-77. As we said before the break, we've got the Eastland Cryo Stay Young Best on Ground Award. And we're going to get stuck into this with the 3-2-1. Good on your brushes. We'll give it off to...
What about my Joe's?
Joe's iced tea. Yeah, we'll get some more of those.
Did you ask them where they want me to do an ad?
Delvine Delaney, you are not. I'll tell you that.
I've got to get back in touch with them on that. They haven't responded to me on that one. Davo, I'll give you get us started here with it. Your 1, 2, 3 for the Cryo Stay Young Eastland Best on Ground Award.
Well, you're probably going to laugh at some of the people I'm leaving out. So
you can only pick 3, and there's some good players there.
That's right. I apologies to Palmer. I thought set him up at the start. Apologies to Oscar Knight. I thought had a super game. This is going to hurt you. Apologies to Dylan Williams. I couldn't get him in the top 3. I know you're going to find that hard to believe, but he sets himself a standard. And so while that sometimes can be harsh on him, I've not managed to get him in the top 3. So, and I couldn't get anybody from Mulgrave. I thought Tilliard was strong and Roberts certainly tried hard. My third vote goes to Chris Satis. I thought his work was really strong all day, and his ability to get forward, his ability to hit the scoreboard. I just was really impressed with what he did for, he's an experienced player, but I thought he was really good. 2 votes goes to, he could have been my best player, but 2 votes goes to Jasper Mundy. He was superb. I thought his hands were the difference between both sides. And he's that hit-up player, his ability to move, he hits targets. I thought he was super all day. And he's back in form, and the boy can play. Tom Smith. He is a super footballer. So to play so well in a team that played well, and I believed he stood out. So Tom Smith gets my best player today.
All right, Wayne Brasher, your 1, 2, 3.
Wonder Mundy, outstanding performance. He just seems to get better every time I see him. First time I've actually seen Dylan Williams, and I was really impressed with what I saw. He gets my 2. But that man Smith, every time I come and watch him play, he performs at the highest level, and he always gives me I think every time I've seen Tom Smith and been at a game, I think he's got 3 votes off me at every game that I've been at.
He's got enough of these bloody awards. Zach Sharp, your 1, 2, 3.
Probably have to lean in the same direction. I think Chris Sardis was really good up forward and in the midfield. I loved his height as well. I think the profile of the player he is quite dangerous for what Surrey Park can do this year. I think Dylan Williams was really good as well today. Kicked 4 and dominated throughout the midfield, especially early on. He looked like he could have been a difference, although he wasn't, I guess, game-breaking best today, but still really good to get 2 votes. And then, can't go past the best speaker in the world, Tom Smith. And I don't say that sarcastically. I thought he actually spoke pretty well.
He did.
But he was outstanding through the middle. I don't think Mulgrave really had an answer for him all day, and thus Surrey Park are big winners today.
He'd probably make a good captain for the debate team, wouldn't he, Tom Smith?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but Josh Ford, you're 1, 2, 3.
Oh, nice to know Brash has been looking at my team sheet as well, because I've gone the exact same as him. 3 to Tom Smith, 2 to Dylan Williams, and the 1 vote to Jasper Mundy.
Well, that does make, obviously, Tom Smith the winner of the Eastland Stay Young Cryo, even before my votes. And you know what? I've given 3 to Dill Williams instead because of the 4 goals I thought just gave him a little bit of an edge over Smith. I'll give 2 to Smith. And I'll give 1 to Knight as well because I thought, and he finished with 4 himself as well. And just exciting. I don't know how I've left Mundy out because I really thought Mundy was awesome as well. But I just think that was the quality of the side. And, as you said, even a Palmer would have been worthy of a couple of votes. They had quite a few who just played their role and played really, really well today. So it's a big win for Surrey Park. And Tom Smith walks away with the Eastland Cryo Stay Young award. He's got a few Sportsco Eastland vouchers, I'm sure, still sitting at home might be. I don't know, but they do expire eventually, so hopefully he has used them, and hopefully he can get out to Eastland to cryo stay young.
Actually, Ryan, I reckon we've got a good theme song for that cryo.
I'm a bit worried about this.
So am I.
Lee would know about it. We could use the old Stay Young by In Excess. Remember that one, Lee?
Yeah.
That'd be
I'm
a
not
good
going to
one.
sing a few bars.
No, I
I
don't want you to.
Of course, Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day award as well, before I forget. Some contenders off the top of your head. There was quite a few that I've almost lost track of.
I really liked Oscar Knight's down here in the forward pocket where he crumbed it off his left and went through, but the soccer goal was pretty impressive as well.
Yeah.
We got to go with the Messi, don't we?
I think, Valahay for me gets my vote.
Yeah, I think we got to.
Roberts, Varigianis and Andrews had some contenders as well for Mulgrave.
And really, when you look at it, if you're going to talk about really classy goals, Williams from 108 metres out went through post height. That's a pretty decent goal as well.
Agreed. So our decision on that one?
Valahay for me.
Yeah, Valahay.
All right, that's enough. Fella gets the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day award. Thanks to Tobin Brothers Funeral, celebrating lives. Let's go around the grounds. We've got a few minutes. So, Josh, take us away. What's happening in Premier Division?
Yeah, so
scores there.
Ball and Victors by 29 points over Doncaster East, 118 to 89. Roval 142, defeating Berwick 68. East Ringwood 91-point victors over South Belgrave, 23-16, 154 to the Saints, 99-63. Blackburn eventually got over the line against Noble Park, 15-13, 103 to the Bulls, 10-12, 72. And as previously mentioned, Vermont are victors, 4 on the trot for them, 11-11, 77 to South Croydon, 9-10, 64. So some lopsided games. Another missed opportunity for Doncaster East and a crucial victory for Vermont once again. Division 1, Park Orchards 105, defeated Bayswater 56. So a good effort there from the Waters out at Lewis Park. Mitcham 77, victors by 18 points over Beaconsfield 59. Wanturna South 4-point victors over Boronia 82 to 78. North Ringwood won by a point over Montrose 93 to 92 in that game out of Quamby Reserve, and Moorbark 112 defeated Norwood 67 in that game out at Mullen Reserve. Division 2, Croydon in the end victorious over Scoresby 15-9-99 to the Magpies 12-6-78. Templestowe 1-point victory over East Bill 12-11-83 to the sharpshooting Rams 13-4-82. Lilydale an 8-goal victory over Heathmont 16-13 109 to the Jets 9-7-61, setting up them for a big contest next weekend out at Surrey Park. And the Waverley Blues 18-point victors over Ringwood 10-9-69 to the Redbacks 8-3-51. Division 3, and we'll touch on the Donvale. Still no update from Coldstream Sylvan. Donvale.
Well, there is on the player sheet. It has got a game abandoned, but we're following up on that before we run with that. But we'll keep you updated, of course.
Yeah, and be sure to listen in to the weekend recovery tomorrow for that score. Donvale, 136-point victory, 32-16, 208 to Ferntree Gully, 10-12-72. The Basin, 41-point victors over Knox, 84 to 43. And Upper Ferntree Gully, a big victory over the Whitehorse Pioneers, 17-17, 119 to Whitehorse, 9-6-60. And then in Division 4, as previously mentioned, Warrandyte, a 21-point victory over Fair Park. The Lions' first loss of 2026. 8-12-60, they were Fair Park. Warrandyte, 11-15-81. Churnside Park, a big victory over Croydon North Hemlock. 21-16, 142 to the Kangaroos, 9-9-63. Doncaster, their first victory over since rejoining the AFNL, and over Doncaster, Forest Hill as well. 2018, 138 to the Zebras, 8-7-55. And Bulleen Templestowe, big victory over Nuttawading, 36-26, 242 to the Lions, 2-1-13. So that's all the scores around the grounds, Ryan.
What interests you out of that, Davo? Brash?
Look, the fall of Whitehorse Pioneers is a bit of a concern for me, Davo.
Yep.
Somehow they've lost their mojo this year, I reckon. I can't take anything out of Division 4. The only thing is I think Jake Wickling has had a really good start to his coaching career. That's a big win considering. And sometimes when you've got... but I think the story once again comes out of Premier Division with the three bottom sides languishing in 8th, 9th and 10th at the moment.
And there's a little bit of a gap, I think, now starting to come up between those, not those three, but the fourth bottom. I think there could be like nearly two or three games in front. I think First Division showed us that it's a pretty good division and nice and tight.
Yep.
I think Second Division, well, we saw today, and it's happened a few times this year, but I think Surrey Park showed us today that at their best, they're a pretty hard team to stop because they've still got some very good players to come back in. And while we know that Mulgrave were missing probably more, there's still some, you throw Woodfull into this side and you throw Marn into this side, and there's probably one or two others. They're going to be, if they can move the ball like that each week, they're going to be incredibly difficult to beat. And Mulgrave, well, do we give them a mulligan? Because last week they got trounced by Lilydale, and now they've been absolutely pantsed by Surrey Park. A lot of players out. They're not going to get Gervasoni back. We don't know how bad Parker is. A little bit of a worry. Hope that they get a few players back and tighten them up a bit. But two losses in a row which haven't helped them.
And I think Knox, basically for mine, have put themselves out of finals contention this afternoon.
That's a good choice of mine. You blokes all jumped on the Knox band.
I did not.
I'm the only one. I think I was the only one on the team that ticked Knox.
No, I did not.
My bad.
Well, some talking points out there. I think with a final five with 9 teams, I think they still play finals, but I don't think they're going to be really a contender in September. We're going to wrap things up. Great to have you on board, Zach, for the first time this season.
Great debut.
Fantastic job from you. Hopefully we'll be able to see you back soon. You got World Cup out in the US and Canada to come soon, so that should be quite enjoyable for you. Davo, great to have you on a Saturday Arvo.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Really enjoyed today.
Absolutely. Brash, of course, always good to have you in the media van out here.
Yeah, another enjoyable afternoon.
Out of the country.
Yeah.
One of your favourites.
I'll go home contented tonight.
Very good. Josh Ward, great, of course, good calling from you, and your Panthers, very good today.
Always a pleasure, and great to call alongside you as well, Ryan.
Thanks, mate. To Lee Green, Megan Green on the camera, doing a fantastic job as always. I've got to wrap things up here. Surrey Park big winners remaining on top of the Division 2 ladder.